live in Brooklyn, New York, Abraham Lincoln High School in Coney Island. It is the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase, representing all 5 boroughs across New York City. High school prospects across the board here on the Varsity Media Sports Network. Appreciate everybody tuning in and sharing part of your Saturday morning and afternoon with us here. Alongside David Resnick, I'm Lance Meadow, and what should be an eventful afternoon. We're going to see prospects throughout the New York City metropolitan area, and there's a bit of a rich history, David, behind this program. It started in 2020 during COVID, when they did not have a football season, to give local prospects an opportunity to showcase their skill set. And ever since, it's exposed nearly 2,000 players to elite college programs.
Yeah, there's no doubt that we are in an area that is under-recruited. Football in New York is just not the same as in other areas. So it's events like these that will bring together some of the top prospects in the 5 boroughs in front of college coaches during a live season to really get to the granular detail of their skills and their ability to hopefully get them to the next level. And just walking into this event, Lance, we saw the posters of the alumni of the event that play college football. Certainly a nice motivational spark to these young student athletes as they get ready here on this Saturday.
And also a great deal of coaches that have taken part in this event have been exposed to high collegiate programs as well as the NFL. Actually, 2 Walter Payton nominees in the NFL have taken part in this event, and 2 Super Bowl champions, including Zach DeOssie, who should be familiar to New York natives as he suited up for the Giants and helped them win a pair of Super Bowls in 2007 and 2011. The veteran long snapper, as we see shots here of the players going through drills. They're going to be separated by positions. There's going to be one-on-ones. And we have seen, David, leading up to the broadcast, there's a lot of college scouts that are present here, both locally as well as across the country. And you never know who's watching and who may give you an opportunity for what you didn't think could be a chance to play at the next level, may blossom into a walk-on opportunity or something even larger.
Yeah, it's amazing that the school year isn't over yet, but certainly from an athletic standpoint, the page has turned to the class of 2027. And when you think about New York, Coach told me this a while ago, and I think it rings true. If you're a 4-year varsity player and you play 8 games a year, as compared to somebody in the Deep South or in Texas, if you play 12 games a year, you're playing 16 less games, or the equivalent of 2 less seasons. So events like these, where a layman fan might look and say, well, what's the value of these individual drills? Speaking to a college coach prior to our broadcast today, they're looking for all of the physical tools. They're looking for the intangibles. Are they leaders? Are they at the head of the line? How are they interacting with their fellow teammates, with the coaches, with the college coaches in attendance? And people know that the prospects out of New York a lot of times are not finished products, but you're looking for that potential and trying to project out based upon those intangibles, but also the skill set that they display through these individual drills, what type of college player they can become. One coach saying to me, we don't want good high school players, we want to be able to find good college players.
And perhaps a player that has a skill set that a college coach sees something, and maybe right now, for example, they're playing wide receiver, but they see them more as a cornerback on the next level. So you just never know what pathway a lot of these players are going to take. But David, I want to piggyback off of a point that you brought up, which was very interesting, and maybe it explains, it showcases the disparity between exposure in New York City versus other states. And let's bring Texas into the equation. We know Texas is the standard. It's a religion, high school football in that state, and there are stadiums at high schools that are bigger than some colleges, you could argue, in the New York City area. But New York City has a lot of other sports that are pulling the fans and coaches in different directions, considering we're so inundated in this area on the professional realm. But that's why an event like this is so beneficial for the public schools, even the Catholic leagues. We've got about 50 schools represented so that coaches can get one-on-one exposure to these players where maybe it's a little bit more easier and tangible, to your point, with a high volume of games in a state like Texas.
I think coaches, especially in this area, have really wised up to the idea of how can we best showcase and spotlight our players during these live periods. And if you take a look at the landscape of New York City football and New York football in general, when you include Long Island and Westchester and the New York Catholic League, just the way that teams and coaches are collaborating with each other to create events. So you have this Elite Five where you're bringing in now in the 7th year the top prospects from the 5 boroughs. You have essentially what they've created pro days, saying coaches from the area or from across the country, you could spend this hour at our school and then go down the road to another school, spend another hour 5 minutes down the road in another. And so they're coming in and getting good bang for their buck in terms of how many prospects they're able to see. And I think it's fitting in some ways, to your point, Lance, that we're at Lincoln, the home of Stephon Marbury and Sebastian Telfair and Lance Stevenson and Lance Meadow, that it is a basketball, more of a basketball focus, but there's a lot of good football players to be found here and a lot of alumni of the area to be proud of based on what they've done in college and then in the pros.
Well, there's a rich history to New York City in terms of it producing athletes in general, to your point, even beyond football. And speaking of notoriety, here are some of the alumni from the Elite Five, and you see the list. It involves Power 5 college programs, and then, of course, exposure to the National Football League. For example, on the bottom of the list, Devin Grant, safety for the Los Angeles Chargers. Sam Madu in the middle, a defensive back for Minnesota, as Madu went to Archbishop Stepinac. And you're going to see a laundry list of players that are connected to the Elite Five and beyond, not just players, but as well as coaches. And here is an extension to the list. And once again, you're seeing Rutgers, UConn, Penn State, Syracuse, you name it, all represented. And I think this says a lot, David, about how far the Elite Five has come and the reach now that it could spread its wings here in year number 7.
It started because of COVID, in the sense of so many of these kids, especially in the 5 boroughs, lost their 2020 football season. So how are you going to get the class of 2021 the exposure that they needed to get on the radar of future college of college programs and coaches? And it has evolved from there in terms of the reach and the impact and the number of players from all the different schools that come. And, we'll have a chance throughout the day to, talk with different event organizers and people that volunteer their time to talk about the importance of this event, knowing that they themselves at one point was a New York area prospect just looking for a chance.
And we'll at least let the skeleton out of the bag. As you heard David mention, I am a product of Abraham Lincoln High School. I like the fact that he put me after Lance Stevenson. We'll give a former NBA player his due, but we know how to produce Lances in my backyard here in the BK. We are just getting started. It's the Elite 5 Showcase here in Coney Island. A great lineup of guests. We'll hear from coaches, directors, players, you name it. Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you here at Abraham Lincoln High School. We'll be back right after this on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athletes' key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
It's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age.
Our follower base across social media is 75,000 strong,
and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. For the latest news in high school sports, be sure to check out varsitymedia.net or follow us on social media at Varsity Media.
We are back here in Brooklyn, New York, Abraham Lincoln High School, the site of the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. You see the players taking part in drills and getting involved to showcase their skill set for various college coaches. And this is some setup that we have in the PSAL backyard, and we are joined by a very special guest, Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you here, and right in the middle is none other than a color commentator for us here on the Varsity Media Sports Network. He wears many different hats, two-time national champion with Clemson, former offensive lineman, but the most important title, of course, Pat Godfrey as the founder and director of the Elite 5. Pat, it's good to see you.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Always love being back in a Varsity Media booth with my Varsity Media family. This is one of my favorite days of the year. You know, it's not often that you get to have some quality competitive football going on in the springtime. So I just try and soak up every minute once we get here.
Absolutely. Well, let's start with sort of the storyline behind the scenes, because we were even talking off camera. What does it take to put together an event like this, Pat, and the heavy lifting for you and your staff to make sure that these high school prospects get the appropriate exposure?
Yeah, so even though it's a one-day camp, it's really like a 5 or 6 month preparation cycle that leads up to this event every year. So starting around December, we try and find that perfect date in the calendar when there's not an SAT, when there's least likely to be conflicts. We lock in that date, and then we start marketing it out to the kids. And then there's a few different areas in which I have to make sure that we're covered. So number one, want to work with as many high school coaches as possible to get different kids involved. So we're going to have around 280 kids out here today from roughly 65 high schools across the New York area. That's a lot of coordination with different varsity coaches. Another point that we have to focus on is making sure that we have as many recruiters from different colleges as possible. One thing I'm real proud about this year is we have 25 colleges committed to come out here and recruit the Elite 5 Showcase, including a dozen Division I programs. So that's a really exciting opportunity. And then the last, but maybe the most important thing, is making sure that from a volunteer coach perspective, we have some people who have played at the very highest level who can come out here, bring the intensity, give these kids the quality instruction that they need so they can get the absolute most out of this experience. So basically checking those 3 boxes is what I focus on in the lead up to this, and it's a lot of work. Miss Godfrey isn't always happy with me when I come home from the office and I got to put in another 3 or 4 hours for About You, but it's an absolute joy to do so, and today makes it all worth it.
ooze enthusiasm, as we can all tell and feel. But you told us in the lead-up that this was going to be essentially the biggest and best Elite Five yet. How come?
Absolutely. So we've had in our smallest years maybe about 210 kids. Our biggest years around 280. So we're tracking to be as big as we've ever been. This morning group is about 145 kids. Last year, I think we had 270 kids in the overall showcase, but only about 110 in the morning. So we might be tracking even over 300. Why is it the best? Every year we try and go back in the aftermath of the event and figure out where we can keep fine-tuning things to make it a cleaner, better overall experience. That's one of the points of feedback that we get back from a lot of these college coaches is they're amazed at the crispness and the organization that we have as a camp that's not run by a college coaching staff. We come together just today and pull it off, but it's been a lot of trial and error. It hasn't always been smooth through the years, but some of those tough learning experiences are what have gotten us to the point where we're at today, where I can confidently say this is the best showcase you're going to see in the Northeast.
When you're reaching out to the college coaches, what kind of kids are you trying to attract to today?
The nice thing about the Elite Five is we cater to a pretty vast array of different kinds of kids. So we have Division III schools here, we have Division I schools here, and kind of everything in between. And I think that our player set kind of meets that. We are cognizant of the fact that not every kid is going to be good enough to play college football, which is why this is an invite-only camp. We reach out to varsity coaches and we say, hey, we want your kids who are genuinely interested and talented enough to go play at the next level. But in my eyes, I don't care if that's at a small Division III school or at an FBS school, whatever it looks like. I just want to help these kids get to the very top level that they're capable of playing at and get a great education in the process. So it's nice. You'll see some kids where they're freaks and obviously the kind of kid who you're going to be seeing on ESPN someday. But the vast majority of these guys are going to go play some level below that, but get a great education and wind up changing their family's outlook for generations to come, which really is what makes it all worth it from our perspective at About You.
Pat, on the topic of outlook and exposure, David and I were talking earlier, and we were discussing the differences between if you play high school football in Texas versus if you play high school football in the New York area, and just the competition of professional sports. This started in 2020 during COVID. How far would you say the exposure has improved in elevating the stock of New York football players since you and your colleagues orchestrated the Elite Five?
I think it's been a material difference. When you look at the kind of roadmap for recruiting New York, the college coaches have always known that I can go up to New Rochelle, visit Iona, I can stop by in Brooklyn and see Erasmus Hall, come out here to Lincoln and find really talented players. But what we were interested in this event is trying to find all those hidden gems that exist at those non-powerhouse programs. And I mentioned 65 schools. Yes, we have all those big-time programs in New York out here represented, but the majority of these guys are coming from PSAL programs that might not have that level of recognition. So you compare what New York has to a Texas or a Georgia, sure, we might not have the same level of player development, the same level of resources as you're going to get in some of those hotbeds. But my pitch to college coaches is, if you look at the clay, the kind of talent that we were able to have in the nation's biggest city, I think it's elite. I think it's up there with anything you'll find down in Florida, Texas, or Georgia. So really the goal of today is bringing it all together, and these kids who might be off the beaten path a little bit, getting them right up there against an Erasmus Hall kid, against an Iona Prep kid, against a St. Anthony's kid, whatever, and letting them show that they've got what it takes, even if they're playing at a small school that people might not have heard of somewhere in Brooklyn or Queens.
I mean, you lived it, Pat, from a small, not school in Suffolk County, not known for its football, to walk on to a national championship team, and you're only wearing one ring, but you did earn two, just for everybody out there to know. What lessons in that process did you learn from high school through college, being down in Clemson, that you've now brought to your kind of professional life and to create this event?
Well, I've got to give my dad a lot of credit. He was a high school football coach at Patchogue Medford High School out on Long Island. And as a kid, I was always so determined to try and go make it to that next level. But it was not a common thing to see a Long Island kid go onto a Power 5 program. But he always said to me, Pat, there's no geographical monopoly on talent. Just because you're born in this small slice of Long Island doesn't mean that you're any less than a kid who grows up in Dallas or Atlanta or Miami. So one thing that my experience at Clemson taught me is just because that guy went to IMG across from me, and just because that guy might have had 4 or 5 stars, doesn't mean that he has it in between the ears the same way that I do. Doesn't mean he's willing to work on a consistent basis like I could. And I kind of felt like after my first 2-3 weeks at Clemson, I could hang with the very best on our roster. One of the things that I kind of recognized in those early days at Clemson was there is a lot more talent than New York gets credit for in this area of the country. I played in the Boomer game that year. For those not familiar, the Empire Challenge, New York City All-Stars versus Long Island All-Stars, and I kind of felt like my Long Island team probably had 10 to 15 guys who could have been competitive day one showing up at Clemson, but none of those guys got that opportunity. So I was determined when I came back here to New York to make sure that those hidden gems, those guys off the beaten path, got the recognition that they truly deserve. So over time, we can elevate New York to one of these markets that you think of as a place where you go for top flight football talent.
Well, and on a related note, Pat, how much are you really building a network? Because all of the players that come through the Elite Five then go on to these college programs, and you get a number of them to return right as coaches for future events like this. And it seems as if they build a rapport with their fellow players as well as the coaching staff in place, and how beneficial that is.
Absolutely. It makes it so much easier to get a coach to pick up the phone when they know a couple years ago a guy who's starting their defensive backfield or starting on their offensive line is from this camp. One thing that's been really wonderful to see is the college coaches who come here mark it on their calendars and say, I'm never going to miss it. I was just talking to Coach Chris Calabrese from Albany, who's their defensive coordinator. I think this is his 5th year in a row being at the Elite Five, and he said, Pat, you don't even have to text me. I'm going to find you on Instagram. I'm going to make sure come hell or high water that I'm in Brooklyn for the Elite Five showcase every year. And even as these coaches sometimes move on to different schools, then all of a sudden that program gets involved. The school they just left knows all the value that this camp can generate and make sure they send somebody. And that's how we've gone from, on an annual basis, having maybe 6 or 7 college coaches to where we're at right now, where you have over 20 standing out on that field looking to find New York's best, which we can confidently say we have today.
Individual drills, one-on-ones. Tell us how you've built this schedule or built the program for today that would best spotlight what these kids are able to do.
So really our goals today are twofold. Number one, obviously we want to get exposure for these kids and make sure that they can put their best foot forward, compete, and ultimately earn some recognition from college coaches. But the second thing that I think is also very important is to teach. And that's why we spend so much time in these individual drills. It'll be about an hour and 25 minutes of Indy before these kids transition into the competitive work. And the reason we want to do that is not every kid is coming from the same background in terms of how long they've been playing football, the kind of coaching that they're receiving at their respective high schools. So we feel confidently that we have some great coaches out here who have played at every level and really know what they're talking about. So if we can give some of that knowledge to these kids where they can sharpen up their skill set going through that first hour and a half or so of the camp, they're going to be much better prepared for that competitive session that comes a little bit later. And even more importantly, they're going to be much better prepared for their season that's coming up this fall.
We're talking with Pat Godfrey, the founder and director of the Elite Five Showcase here in Brooklyn, New York, Abraham Lincoln High School. What you just talked about, Pat, with respect to the messaging, how much, though, is also the point of emphasis about what they're going to be exposed to off the field on the collegiate level and the things that coaches command, demand, and so forth, which really is going to determine, as you can attest to, the difference between sustaining your collegiate career or, unfortunately, having it very short-lived.
We try and put a ton of emphasis on the fact that if you want to be a successful college athlete, you can't just be a guy who balls out here today. You need to ball out in the classroom.
Yep.
You need to ball out in every aspect of your life. So one thing we'll do is at the end of this first session, we'll bring the entire camp together. We'll speak to them for about 15 minutes, and we're going to have the head coach at Pace come up and kind of talk about what they look for as they were recruiting a prospective athlete. And I was talking to him earlier. He said the number one thing that I want more than a guy who's got the size or the speed to go compete at my school is a good human being, a top-level character, and that's going to manifest in the way that you play on the football field and what your grades look like, all that kind of stuff. So yes, football is important, but we got to realize for 99% of these guys, football is going to be a means to a better education, a better job, a better life. So we don't want to get lost trying to focus on football way too much when, sure, it's a lot of fun, but really the opportunity lives in the fact that it can help you elevate your stock in life, get a great opportunity to go to college for free or for a great discount. But ultimately to do that, you need to be that well-rounded guy that we're trying to mold out here.
When you spend time to reflect before you prepare for Elite 5 number 8, maybe against the objections of your wife, but you have some time to negotiate, how do you think about success or knowing that you've made an impact today?
So for starters, the success is going to be easy to see as these kids walk off the field. One thing I'm real proud of is a lot of kids come up to you, they thank you, they're smiling. The vibes around Lincoln High School at the end of this camp are always immaculate because they're having a lot of fun. They're competing with kids that they might play against this fall, and they're realizing that, hey, we're really one New York together. So for starters, building that community always is going to be a success in my eyes. Number two, though, I want to see some real results when it comes from recruiting, from offers. It's hard for these coaches out here to get one day of evaluation and go pull the trigger on a kid who might not have been on their radar. But last year we actually had Wagner offer 3 guys who had no Division I offers going into the camp, 2 of which are now enrolling at Wagner to play there this fall. So I think that's a great way to measure success. With over 10 Division I schools here today, I'd be surprised you don't have at least a couple kids walking away with their very first Division I offer. So that's always something I look at. And then I try to give it 8-9 months and then look at that senior class and say, okay, where did these guys wind up going? What percentage wound up playing college football? Historically, it's about 60% of the kids that matriculate through the Elite 5 that have gone on to play at the next level, which I think is a great number that I'm always trying to increase. And a real special thing is seeing that most of those guys wind up going to a school that's going to be right here today. So it really is a life-changing impact. So as much as Miss Godfrey wants her time back with me and might resent the fact that there's so much that goes into this preparation, she can't object to the fact that we're delivering life-changing results, and that's a mission far greater than football.
100%. You make a great case to continue the work you're doing that I'm sure she's more than willing and happy to make the sacrifice. And I would say, I speak from experience, there's always great vibes around Lincoln High School.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
come on, you know that. Not to take anything away from the heavy lifting you're doing, of course.
I do want to
Been
give
a very gracious host.
There you go. Yes,
I want to
you're
give
welcome,
a
by the way.
proper shout. I appreciate that, Lance. It's great being back in your old stomping grounds. Quick shout out to Sean O'Connor. We brought the Elite 5 here for the first time in 2022. It was at Step and Act the first couple years. And they've just been the most gracious hosts that we could imagine. This is an incredible sight. The fact that we are in the heart of New York City, right outside Coney Island, had this massive facility, brand new turf field, got a Jumbotron up on the screen. You want to talk about an elite complex to host this event. You couldn't do any better within the 5 boroughs than what we have right here at Lincoln High School. So I am very grateful for that partnership. They make it so much easier on me knowing that I'm going to have the backing of one of the premier programs in New York that have such a beautiful facility to host it.
So how has a guy from small town Suffolk become such a fixture in New York City football?
So I'll give you the quick rundown. Essentially, no one prepares you for what life after football looks like. Anybody who's played this sport can tell you, especially at the collegiate level, it really becomes your life. You're spending as much time, if not more, out on the football field, in the locker room with your teammates than you are in the classroom. So football was really my life. My last season was 2018, and then all of a sudden I find myself in 2019 working a Wall Street job in New York at Wells Fargo and really longing for that community that football brings you to, which led me to finding About You outreach in the city. When the pandemic hit, they were running camps up at, or little sessions for kids who wanted to stay in shape at 161 in the Bronx. I started going up there, helping train kids, coach up the O-line. The season gets canceled, and all I knew was, hey, I've got, from my time at Clemson, a lot of connections to a lot of colleges. Let's do something to inspire hope. So that was the birth of the Elite 5. A lot of it is right place, right time. I've been lucky to pair up with such a great organization and About You Outreach, whose mission is fully on helping kids develop and giving them opportunities. But really what it comes down to is I was somebody who, coming from Harbor Fields High School, not a football powerhouse, and getting to go win 2 national championships at Clemson, always wondered, why me, right? There's plenty of good guys from the New York area who didn't get that same opportunity. The only way I could really understand it was, hey, there must be a greater purpose here, and that's why we're out here paying it forward every year so we can help these kids really reach their water level.
Well, the heck with Dabo Sweeney. I don't know why he didn't have you address the team every single week. I'm ready to run through a brick wall listening to you, Pat.
Appreciate
and I've
that.
called games with you, too.
Well, we
But
already
this is
have that
something here.
rapport, and Dave and
Yeah.
I got a feeling we've got us up in the booth together. There could be some magic that could happen. So we'll see. Tune
Absolutely.
into Varsity Media this fall, and maybe some magic with this crew once more. But really appreciate you guys being here. Having such big-time announcers just makes this event so much better, and that's why I love partnering with Varsity Media.
So the patting each other on the back segment is now coming to a close here. Real quickly, though, in all seriousness, where can individuals go to keep up with what's happening with the Elite Five here moving forward?
Follow us on Instagram and X at Elite Five Showcase. And you can always go to aboutyououtreach.org to find out more about our great organization. We appreciate all the donations that come in that allow this to be a completely free camp for every kid that's here.
Pat, absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Really appreciate it. Congratulations on all the great work. Pat Godfrey, founder and director of the Elite Five Showcase here in Brooklyn, New York. We'll step aside. More coming up right here on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
What's up, this is Sean Lights Out Merriman, former Charger and Bill, and you're watching Varsity Media.
Hey parents, coaches, and players. Ever wonder what makes Varsity Media stand out as the tri-state leader in sports live streaming and videography?
If you're looking to optimize your sporting event, look no further than Varsity Media's coverage. Since working with them over the course of the past 4 years through the Elite Five New York City Football Showcase, their coverage has helped take us to the top.
Varsity Media does an unbelievable job in terms of the broadcast, backgrounds on kids, do a great job in exposure from top to bottom. I couldn't really say anything negative. It's been a great couple of years that we've been working together, and it's just fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you, the fact that you guys are here has helped grow it, really. I mean, Varsity Media's been a good partner with us now for the last couple of years. That brings this game to a much broader audience.
The level of detail and that you go to, I mean, obviously the announcers, the camera angles, the slow motions, I mean, you feel like it's being covered by, ESPN.
If you'd like to book with Varsity Media, reach out at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net. For all the latest Varsity Media updates, including our game schedules, be sure to follow us on social media at Varsity Media, the home for New York high school sports.
And we are back here in Brooklyn, New York, Abraham Lincoln High School, the site of the 7th annual Elite Five Showcase. Prospects from the New York metropolitan area on display. They'll get into one-on-one drills a little bit later on and college scouts on hand. This is a great event. We just spoke with Pat Godfrey, who is the founder and director of the Elite Five Showcase, and it's only natural that we make the transition to the head coach of my alma mater right here in the backyard, over 20 seasons, none other than Sean O'Connor. Sean, it's great to be back here for me personally. It's great to see you. David Resnick, Lance Meadow, thanks so much for joining us here.
Thanks, Lance. You look great. You look just like you did when you were in 9th grade.
I try. I try to look young and keep it moving in that direction.
I believe, Lance, it's Mr. O'Connor to you.
That's true, yes. Maybe we should be a little bit still formal under the circumstances. Absolutely. But listen, it's great to see you, Sean. And I want to start with me being back here really for the first time in about 20 years. We don't want to try to date ourselves too much on this program, but the field has been transformed. There's a huge jumbotron that we're actually on right here. I mean, you've been seeing and overseeing with your colleagues. I mean, what has it been like to see an investment in Lincoln athletics here?
I'm glad to hear from a guy who knows what this place used to look like from when we first started. It's 27 years, so I am dating myself. From rock and glass to turf and jumbotron. So we've been very lucky to have a very supportive administration. Our principal, Ari Hogenboom, our athletic director, Ms. Rena Bed, and the community. The community over here, politicians, and they've really wanted to help us build this playground, not only just for Lincoln High School, but for the community. We have many small communities of Little League baseball and soccer that we open up our doors to get kids to get a feel like what it's like to be in a big-time field, like it is in Texas or Florida or California. Sure. And we've grown it with the turf. We've grown it with the backfield softball field, which is lit, brand new turf field. And now our new huge jumbotron, which we're able to live stream our games and all our events. We have a media program that you would have been great at, Lance.
Very nice.
Maybe you come back and talk.
Absolutely.
Where we have a class with Pete Andrews is running, teaching young kids how to media behind the scenes, all our sporting events in the building are live streamed on Lincoln Media, and kids are working behind the scenes. So we transformed using what we were good at, athletics, to try to help out, get kids to the next level for athletics and media.
Anytime you open the gates, it's a lot of work for the hosts, but you guys have undertaken it over the last handful of years. How come?
Because we see the outcome and what great. I mean, you got 20-something college coaches here. You got kids from all over coming from Long Island, Westchester, and we want them to have a feel of what it's like to be a big-time player, an athlete. So it's as hard as it may be. The school always comes around and gives me support to get the custodians, the administration to open our doors and mi casa su casa.
Well, speaking of your players, there's about 20 of them taking part in today's event. Exposure-wise, Sean, even going back the 7 years that this event has existed, what has it done for individuals within your football program?
Well, prime example, last year we had our defensive back, Jaden Brooks, had a tremendous camp. He got offered at this camp from Wagner College and signed with them on signing day, full scholarship. Our quarterback a few years ago, Nassim Dees, had a great camp. Ended up going to Bethune-Cookman, but the live stream helped him out because Bethune-Cookman, excuse me, allergies. Bethune-Cookman was not a school that recruited that much in this area, but there was a coach that was here from another school that ended up being the offensive coordinator down there and brought him with him. So, the results are there.
It's amazing, the connections and the resources. It's crazy.
See how many college coaches are out there,
sure.
and free, by the way, free. We don't charge the kids anything for this event.
Which is huge.
You talked about almost 3 decades, multi-time PSAL champion. You're a good person to ask this. What's the state of New York City football?
I think we're in a better state than when I first started, for sure. I mean, we're with exposure, kids getting scholarships. We now play non-league games against teams from other states. We're going to have the Rail Splitter Challenge this year. We're playing our first non-league game against Abraham Lincoln High School in Philadelphia. So, we've played Coatesville from Pennsylvania last year. I know Erasmus goes out. Eagle, Tottenville. So we're exposing the kids. So we're getting a lot more exposure. So it's a lot better than when I started.
What do you tell your particular kids or others that you come in contact with in terms of what they should show today, how they should present themselves?
I'll just compete and finish in every drill. Okay, you're going to make mistakes out there, but don't make it walking, and just finish the drill. Okay, if they tell you stop at point A, you go to point C, and have fun. I always tell kids every day, you got to have fun, you got to enjoy this game. It goes fast. 27 years it's gone fast, right, Lance? You're back
100%, yeah. No doubt about it. It's crazy how the years just flow all together, and before you know it, it's a new chapter as we're joined by Sean O'Connor, the head football coach here at Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York, the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. A lot of his players have come through this event, which is a great deal of exposure for everybody involved on an annual basis. On a related note to what David just talked about, Sean, what's the feedback you get when you hear from college coaches, whether it's at this event or even at your games or in practices, in terms of what they're looking for in today's football player, considering, as you well know, the game has evolved, whether it's NIL, whether it's off the field. It's a lot more challenging than what it was when you started in high school in the mid-'90s.
Well, besides the athletic things, obviously, a lot of coaches are looking for kids that are going to be able to handle the transition with time management when they get from high school to college. Because a lot of kids get there, but it's now how you're going to stay there. And that's difficult sometimes for student athletes to be away from home and not have their mom, their dad, their guardian, or coach waking them up. There's big breaks. How are you going to get to class? So they're asking about kids that are reliable and adjustable to those type of things as well.
There have been players from your program, from the PSAL, that have gone to college and beyond. How are those models or something to shoot for the current day athlete?
Yeah, we've been lucky to have kids go in many different levels. Notre Dame, Ishaq Williams, Israel Badakano's with the Dallas Cowboys right now. They come back, and we have them come back, talk to the kids. And what they point to is the same thing I just said. It's not about athletic ability only and skill. You got to be willing to be on time and time management in school and show coaches that you can handle school, training, and life.
How has this event grown over the time that you've hosted?
Yeah, well, we got the live stream going, the scoreboard, more colleges coming each year. So that and better athletes, coaches buying into trusting us here that this is a showcase, that we're not looking to poach kids and they're getting coached up. They're getting coached up, but by good coaches.
How meaningful is it, Sean? You just gave us a list of a number of players that have gone on through your program to the NFL, that you can use tangible examples to your players now coming through the program and say, hey, he was in your shoes 5-10 years ago. This is what he went through in terms of the demand of classwork at Lincoln, and he put the work in, and all of a sudden he's getting a taste of the highest professional level of football.
I mean, there's no money amount on it. This afternoon, one of my coaches, Thomas Holly, who played for us. He was a U.S. Army, Under Armour All-American, played for the Florida Gators. Now he comes back and coaches with us, and there's no money available to put on that with experienced kids. Listen to him, who's been through that. Okay, he's giving them the ins and outs. You know, I had a player who played for me. He went to a college in another state, Division I, and he couldn't just handle the change of food. You know, it's a culture thing.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
They didn't have hot dogs wherever he went.
Yeah, well, he's coming from Brooklyn, pizza and the hot dogs, and going to Iowa, and
no bread products west of the Mississippi.
By the way, Cleve Staten. I don't know. So, but he's a great kid. He ended up landing another spot, but those little things matter, because there's adjustments. Although these programs have built up now, that I go visit these colleges, you don't have to worry about food and all that. They take care of these kids.
I could only hope under the circumstances and the resources. David talked about the state of New York football. What I'm fascinated with, 20 years removed from when I even played basketball on the JV team, there were rivalries, Sean. Grady's right across the street. I know it's a little bit different in terms of, but how much has that changed within the public school athletically that you're now playing programs on the opposite end of Brooklyn, as opposed to, at least I remember, it was more geographically friendly in the local area.
For us personally, football-wise, we still have that team from North Brooklyn, Erasmus. That is always going to be a rival for Lincoln and Brooklyn battle. So there are still those rivals, because. Tonville and Kurz, even though they're not Brooklyn teams, we play them every year. It's a battle, and we know that we're going to see one of those teams twice a year, which we always do. So there are still those rivalries. Basketball, no, Grady unfortunately is not. I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Those gymnasium days were great.
100%. Fond memories.
Yes.
Well, I could sit here and reminisce all day long with you.
We talk about you a little bit, how many points you scored, what you averaged.
Points?
I don't remember.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't want to brag so much in terms of, me running circles around the local Brooklyn products in my JV days. Well, listen, a name.
We've got 5.5 hours.
You
so
sure? Well, if I can have a chance, just for our audience to understand, now we're really getting into the weeds. Tiny Morden was the varsity head coach when I was here, and his cousin, Dwayne Morden, was the JV coach for me. So it was a Morden family affair because
he's a principal in New Jersey right now.
Okay, I did not know that. Interesting. So he has now gone on to other areas within the education system too. And you've seen plenty of coaches and talent come and go over these years.
Absolutely. Great story when they were recruiting Sebastian Telfair. I was a phys ed teacher back then. I walk into my office and there's Rick Pitino sitting in there reading a racing line. And he sees the football thing, and we're talking. He's telling me about how the Louisville's going to turn around their football program. So I said, I got a question. Do I see you reading a racing line? At that point, he owns some, because he's in Louisville. He said he owns a horse and getting ready for the races.
Sure.
Great story.
Well,
and Sebastian did commit to Louisville, although he ended up going straight into the draft.
So that was the Rick Pitino question.
Yes.
It's a little bit of a sore spot with Telfair. He did take my spot on varsity. Tiny was going to have me be the starting point guard, and then, Sebastian came along, and unfortunately there was, some inner workings behind closed doors.
Well, we did have another good Lance guy that played him.
We did indeed, yes. Lance Stevenson, absolutely, who went on to bigger and better things in the NBA with the Indiana Pacers.
For those of you watching, he's not just known for blowing into Michael Jordan's era.
LeBron James is here, yeah.
LeBron,
a little bit after Michael. I don't think Michael wouldn't have minded, probably would have scored 60 on him under the circumstances. Yeah, but it just goes to show you, Sean, in all seriousness, the athletes that this school has produced, and you gave a laundry list of football players. I mean, how much do you and your fellow coaches and the staff take pride in what this institution has built over decades of really all facets of society?
It speaks tremendous pride, because even though that kid who's not the greatest athlete in the world can understand that you can achieve other things besides playing basketball, football, that you can come out of Lincoln High School, Coney Island area here, and achieve great things, just like Lance Meadows doing right now.
There you go. I mean, listen, I'm going to have to hire you as my agent. Sean's doing the heavy lifting in terms of everything.
We're real proud of all our alumni, so we're happy to hear you're doing great things.
Well, listen, it's an absolute pleasure catching up with you and having you visit us here in the broadcast booth, Sean, and congratulations to you for everything you've done with this football program over the years, and really best of luck here moving forward. And I'd certainly be more than happy to pay a visit to the media program. I didn't realize that we're now maybe producing some future broadcasters here.
Absolutely. You remember Vincent Aceto, too?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely, sure.
So have him come back, talk to the kids as well. So on the sidelines, he's one of the first high school promoters, I should say. Back
yeah.
One and only. We don't get as much as we need right now, but we need more.
No, well, this event certainly helps that cause in terms of giving back and promoting the PSAL, which we talked about has produced a wealth of talent. Sean,
great, thank you.
Pleasure having you here.
I love the rail splitter talk from Marv Albert to Lance Meadow to whoever's coming next.
That's right, we didn't mention Marv. Yes, that's right. Yeah, and his two brothers as well, Al and Steve. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. We could be all day talking Lincoln alum.
We got quite the legacy. This is not the Lincoln High School Sports Network. It is the Varsity Media Sports Network for those watching at home. But Sean O'Connor paying us a visit, the head football coach here at Lincoln. Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you. We got plenty more coming up, a great laundry list of guests as we are here at the Elite 5 Showcase. We'll be back on the Varsity Media Sports Network right after this.
This is Jalen Brunson. You're watching Varsity Media.
He's got room to go. Merrill towards the end zone. Lost his lid. Touchdown!
JJ Damo, face on, stay on athlete. Controlling the face-off. That's 3 in a row now.
Keep Varsity Media's broadcasts free on YouTube by considering an advertising sponsorship. Our coverage of local games helps local businesses get visibility in the community. To learn more about our sponsorship packages and rates, email Ben at varsitymedia.net.
Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for upcoming schedules and content, and on social media at Varsity Media.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports.
You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see.
With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athlete's key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
It's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
And we are back here in Brooklyn, New York. Abraham Lincoln High School hosting the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you. Thanks so much for spending part of your Saturday morning and afternoon with us here on the Varsity Media Sports Network as we see players from across the New York City area taking part in drills. And there's going to be one-on-ones coming up as well. We heard from Sean O'Connor, the head football coach at Lincoln, talk about what it means to have players from his program come through an event like this and how far that they have gone in terms of the next level. And if you're a high school player, David, I mean, this is something that really doesn't compare to, I'm sure, anything that they previously have taken part in terms of you got college scouts, you got high school coaches, you got a little bit of everything. I mean, if there is any opportunity to put your best step forward and showcase your elite skill set, this would be the formula to do it, because who knows what it can mean to you here moving forward.
I think we learned a couple things from our interviews. As a sidebar, I truly enjoy the Lance Meadow This Is Your Life segment. I hope you did as well.
Well, I'm glad that makes two of us at least in terms of enjoying it.
Absolutely fantastic. The only thing that was missing was a picture of 9th grade Lance Meadow being yelled at by physical education teacher Mr. O'Connor. But
that would have been something. Don't give our production team any ideas,
That's
though,
for year
David.
8.
Yes.
But, you know, Pat was telling us about just using this opportunity to get better, right? We can talk about what the future may or may not hold. We can talk about the exposure, but it's an opportunity to get better. And also just from Sean O'Connor, the coach of Lincoln, the idea of if they want you to go to point A, go to point C. Complete every rep. And just speaking to this idea of, yes, this event is getting you exposure, and we're live streaming it, and anybody around the country can watch it. But it's so much about what you do when you're here, and the way to compete, the way to present yourself, the way to take advantage of each and every rep. And as they talk about football being a microcosm or a game of life, or using these skills, there's a lot of truth in that. And really taking every rep, every broadcast, every opportunity to play football up to its highest ability.
Because you just never know who's watching. I think any coach and any future star will tell you that under the circumstances that it could lead to something bigger and better down the road if you can have a conversation with a coach, or they could see you in the midst of working out. And speaking of coaching, we heard from Sean O'Connor, the Abraham Lincoln High School head man, so it's only appropriate to hear from the opposite side of the rivalry in Brooklyn, as we are joined by Danny Landberg, the head coach of Erasmus Hall. Danny, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, man, thanks for having me out here. I was unexpected. I'm just happy to be here right now.
Did you have a police escort to walk into the field? Is everything?
Yeah, are you allowed
it's
here
the
on
off
the field?
season.
You know,
it's the off season.
You know, I don't know what kind of escort I need, but We're on good terms. We go to marriage counseling. Me and Coach O'Connor. So we're good. We're good.
So this is an upswing right now.
We're in a good place right now in life.
Well, Danny, just so you know, I'm a Lincoln product. So
he forewarned me that.
He's got extra security from that standpoint. But I'm very curious to get your perspective because as somebody that is highly invested in Brooklyn athletics, especially on the PSAL front, I don't want to say single-handedly, but you deserve a lot of credit for turning around that Erasmus program, for what you built over 20-plus seasons. What type of an undertaking was that, and how proud are you in terms of where it's gone from to where it is now?
You don't have enough time for me to explain the undertaking.
Well, we actually may. This is a 6-hour marathon.
You got to understand something. I didn't inherit the program from somebody else. I didn't come into a takeover program because someone else retired or left. There was no program. So, and there was no JV, there was no players, there was no team the year before. They hadn't won a game in 10 years. They hadn't scored a point in the last 3 before that. So I came in and started the program from scratch and had to build it from there. I don't know if I would have done it all over again knowing what I had to do. It was that tough of a job. And a lot of the time, I was on my own, in the school all year round. Thankfully, when you win, a lot of people want to be involved, and I have a lot of help. But I would say it was the hardest thing I ever did in my life.
What's the state? This is something that we asked Sean O'Connor. What's the state of New York City football?
I think it's in a good place. I think with social media, it gets a lot of people in a place where they can understand that you can find kids here left and right. I used to have this conversation with Urban Meyer when he was deciding whether or not he wanted one of my kids who went there. Jocelyn Wynn, who went there at the time. Curtis Samuel had just gotten there, and we were talking about Jocelyn Wynn at the time. And I said to him, he didn't want to know how good is he, Danny? I trust you, but how good is he? And I said, look, there was a point in time where everybody wanted a point guard from New York City, right? And when I was growing up in New York City, there was about 5 Pop Warner teams throughout the entire city, right? And now there's about 56 of them. I said, do you think that those athletes that played point guard can't transition to football? Well, now they have the youth programs out there developing them before they get to us.
Sure.
And now those point guards are running backs and receivers and slots. So, therefore, you can see what the talent is. I mean, you'll never have a shortage for athletes here, just as long as you're making sure you're getting the right tutelage on the way up.
That was a point we were talking about earlier, the old adage of, if you're a 4-year varsity player in the PSAL and you play 8 games a year, compared to somebody in another state playing 12 games a year, that same 4-year varsity career, it's almost like that Texas player has 2 extra seasons. Is that something that you kind of preach to the coaches as they're trying to mold the clay for prospects here?
Are you saying as far as not getting the same amount of time to get on the field versus other people who have experiences?
Yeah, and just the reps and just the number of games.
Yeah, I guess so. I think what hurts probably the most is that you're not in a southern or a West Coast atmosphere where you can go outside all year round. Those guys are doing 7-on-7s in January. A lot of people are doing football, and they have spring ball and pads in Atlanta and Georgia, throughout May and sometimes April. But I don't know. I don't really concern myself with that stuff. I have 3 incoming freshmen this year that are going to go right to varsity. And I believe all 3 of them will be Power 4 players. And they'll get that experience from what you're saying. So I believe because of that, they'll be looked upon as Big Ten and SEC kids because they're going to get that experience with us as a 4-year player.
On a related note to that, you have about 20 of your own players taking part in today's showcase. How meaningful is an event like this to get them exposure to the next level, and how beneficial have you found it for your football program over the years funneling talent through this?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll take it further with you, right? So George and I have been good friends. Alex is good friends. I know about you guys, and they're a selfless, transparent, organic organization where they have no selfish pride, ego things involved. They're just trying to do the right thing. That's been vetted through me to feel that way. And, George, on a personal level, he tutored my own son.
Wow.
And he got my son about 300 points up in his SAT. And now my son's about to go play rugby in Ohio State. Last year, I had a great player. And, would I have gotten him a scholarship after today? Yeah, I definitely would have. But he got his first scholarship from Wagner College as an offer to go from here. And now he's an early enrollee playing the second string as an early enrollee freshman at Albany right now in Division I Albany. So these guys do the right thing, and they do it for all the right reasons. And right then, that's all you have to say, period.
What do you tell your kids heading into today in terms of their performance, what they might be able to prove, the type of things that they should show the 20-plus coaches that are here, college coaches that are here?
I don't really say too much about the college coaches. I just talk to them about what our standard is, right? And at Erasmus, our standard is win at everything. Not just football games, or it's also classroom, it's also work ethic, it's everything that we ask of you to do. I just want them to come out here and get experience, and just like you said before about those guys getting those games and stuff like that. The experience is the experience. Like there's no bad in having an experience, right? If you fail, it's a lesson. If you win it, it's still a lesson. You still have to not and be humble, move to the next thing. So I just thinking being out here, we have our own showcase coming up in a couple of days. I think for them, it's a great thing for us to see. I've already seen a college coach talking to me about one of my kids he didn't know about, which is a great thing. And then, we like to be here as well. There's a bunch of my staff here as well to give them tidbits to coach them while they're out here being coached, to make sure that they do all the right things to get noticed.
Speaking with a college coach earlier and just understanding what this landscape has become, it seems like the New York programs have done a better job of kind of coming together to say to the college coach, come here to Brooklyn for the day, an hour here, 5 minutes up the road, you could spend another hour there, and while you compete against each other in the fall, there seems to be really good collaboration in the offseason.
Coach O'Connor and I have always had this thing. We're like, hey, go see, go to Lincoln and go see this kid such and such at his position. He's a good-looking kid. It's very important that we co-sign on each other programs, so they know it's not like you're just trying to sell a lemon of your own. So to give them that information, is the right thing to do. I've helped kids get scholarships in other schools before, and those kids have flourished. I never asked for anything in return because it's not what you do it for. This is not why we got into any of this. It's for ourselves. We get this because we want to work with kids. But yeah, I think that we just need some more schools to be involved at this point. I'd like to see more high schools getting involved, bettering their crafts to understand and know about other kids' players and what is a good player, and just really be able to team up those things.
Defending champs, when does the repeat start? When? How do you think about that?
I'm unfortunately one of those people that don't take enough time to enjoy what you have accomplished. Yeah. So I guess that keeps me with my chin up. So I worry about that, but I don't really worry about that at the same time. All I can do is make sure that we are the best that we can be. And I couldn't be happy with my guys right now in the offseason. They're doing everything right. They're working their butts off. They're doing great in school. I mean, we've got a bunch of kids doing over 1,100 in SATs right now. And I think that when you have those things, then you've kind of won, because now you know that they've bought into what you're looking for as far as your culture is concerned. So we'll compete. We'll compete. I'm never going to say anything above that. We'll compete. We'll do what we got to do, and hopefully we'll be where we got to be at the end.
Danny, you're like Belichick. You win the Super Bowl, then you go right into the draft process at free agency. You don't have time for celebrations and floats and all of that other good stuff.
When I retire, I will do my best to enjoy. Maybe talk a little crap. Maybe I'll talk some smack a little bit. I don't really like to do that stuff, but, the job is not done, and I always worry about the next thing. And maybe I shouldn't as much, and maybe I should be enjoying in the moment, I guess. I should be, I guess, but I'm just not built that way. I should be. I wish I was.
I don't blame you. Listen, you're programmed. It's a routine. Like any other coach, you have your calendar and you go through the motions in the process. You brought up the name Curtis Samuel earlier, who obviously went to play for Ohio State. That's why you have the Urban Meyer connection. And NFL fans synonymous with the Washington Commanders in terms of what he did. How helpful is it, Danny, when you could go back to your current players and give them tangible evidence of somebody that went through the public school, went through the academics, went through the classes, and say, hey, this is what he put in, and now he's playing at the highest level of football?
It's crazy because I took my son to see him in Carolina. We stayed with his family at a Carolina game versus Tampa. And my son was a little guy in 2019. And my birthday was 2 days ago. He texted me happy birthday. I sent him a picture to my son who just committed to play rugby at Ohio State. And he's like in shock how he looks right now. He's a grown man right now. My son was just like, we started talking and stuff like that. But yeah, like you can't, what, I'll take it further past the Curtis of the world. The ability that having some of the talent that we've been able to get the scholarships for has allowed me to go visit with other people like Bill Belichick, who I've sat down with, or Nick Saban, or Prime I've sat down with, or Dave, so many of them. And I guess that, a lot of times people will take my teachings or guidance, and yes, but then you have a lot of generations that need to be proven too. So I now have to say, well, such and such taught me. Bill, actually it's funny because, I taught something to somebody and they didn't want to hear me. I'm like, okay. And then when they found that I learned it from Bill Belichick, then they wanted to listen to me. So it was one of those things.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, I'm more blessed than my kids are to have that type of experience to learn from these people because I'm a sponge. Like I really, really enjoy learning. No matter how good you are, I can get on a plane, and if I learn one thing and it would cost me $500 in a plane ticket to learn one little thing in a drill, then it was a successful trip. So all the times I've been around with a lot of people to learn all these things and share it with my players and coaches, that's been priceless.
The headliners get the questions, and understandably so, but underneath those amazing success stories are all the tens and hundreds of kids over your tenure that you've been able to place at maybe smaller, lesser-known schools, Division II, Division III level, that have used your program and this opportunity to play in college to better their life. How do you think about those success stories and the impact that you've had? Because I imagine a lot of these kids that are here are looking for that chance that you've spent your entire career trying to build.
So I'll take it twofold, right? So at one point, these kids are so obsessed with the football aspect, they don't remember why they're actually going to college, right? And they're all thinking about the pros, which is pretty much non-existent, right? It's less than 2% of the country. And I start explaining to them that you have unions and union buildings and HR people, resources there that you have to take advantage. And we spend more time than ever explaining to them, at the school you are at, such and such, go into this office, go to speak to that person, and find out what's going to do for you for an internship or a job or network, something down the line. The other thing I like to say is that for me, I graduated. I went to Northeastern. I traveled, and then I transferred to the University of Maryland. When I got to the University of Maryland, it was a very tough school. Maryland's a tough school, and what I got the most out of it was the social environment of all the students that come from different worlds. Right? We come from different backgrounds, different society, and when my kids see and meet those people the same way I did, they start thinking differently about what this thing of life is all about. And they start thinking about they might think that $100 was a lot of money. Now they're realizing that $100,000 is more money. Or what's the S&P, or what's credit really matter? What's the purpose of credit? What's long term, what's mortgages, like what's an interest rate? And they're really understanding life. And they get that from other people from other environments, and they all come together. And it's just like, it's when you're in Rome, you take off. So I'm blessed to feel that I can take my kids, inner city Brooklyn, get them out of New York City, get them to come to some school, wherever it is in the country, and learn from other kids who grew up in a different environment from the things that they were taught.
We're about to watch some one-on-ones. What, as a viewer, what should we be looking for, understanding of the importance of this segment of the day?
So technique is everything, right? Fundamental technique is everything. Personally, for me, like a kid like Curtis Samuel, what made him special was change of direction. So the explosion, I like to see explosion out of people. You can be aggressive, you can be fast, you can be tough, but I like to see a change of direction. Change of direction for me is a big deal because, the things you can do on a drop of a dime separates yourself from other people. A lot of people can be fast, a lot of people can be strong, but change of direction for me is one of the most important things I look for.
What are the nuances that the colleges are looking at right now? College coaches that are here.
Well, I wish they look at more high school kids to begin with right now, right? That's
Sure.
a problem right now in this country. But the first thing they're going to look at is measurements, unfortunately, and I understand it, and we fight that all the time with them. We had Christian Izzy, and normally Rutgers would not even take him at 5'8" and 3/4. But, you have to start looking at the intangibles, I guess, more or less. You got to find out what type of character the person has, what type of work ethic the kid has, grades, how he treats his family. You just got to really spend a lot of time going past the normal stuff that everyone else looks of as far as judging the cover before reading the book. So you want to look at numbers, you want to look at film, you want to see certain things on film, like the change of direction thing, like the power, like the explosion, like how they read. Even pay attention to how they look on the sideline when they're walking around when they're not in. Those are the things you have to pay attention to.
We're talking with Danny Landberg, the head coach of Erasmus Hall here in Brooklyn, New York. You got me thinking, Danny, twofold. From watching the NFL scouting combine over the years, not to say that this is the equivalency, but I always say there's a difference between running around in your underwear versus running around with actual football equipment. How is you as a coach, do you separate those two? And how challenging is even for college coaches to see what, for example, these players are doing today and whether or not it can translate to when you put them between the lines?
You got to have a lot of, like, as a college coach, unfortunately for them, they don't have a lot of time to really invest in everybody to find out everything about them. I mean, things like this today, you got to request as a coach, this kid looks great, this kid looks great. I need to see him versus him. You know, let iron sharpen iron and see who comes out on top. That's how I look at it.
What are the conversations that you have with college coaches when it comes to evaluating your players? And the other thing that I want to bring up somewhat on a related note is, as you well know, there are players that you see at practice.
To say about him, what really resonates with college coaches is that, look, he's the best practice player I ever had in my life, which means he's greedy with his reps. He works hard on everything that's being asked of him. He does everything 110%. He goes full throttle, sometimes too hard. Those guys always are successful. You got to keep on pushing the envelope as far as being different. Yes, this kid's big. Yes, this kid is fast. You know, I like to talk about specifics. Like if I'm talking about a running back, I'm like, when you're running counter, he's really patient to the hole, and he sees him, really uses his blocks really well, and he comes off in his explosion. He drops his head, and he chins the ball really high so he doesn't really lose it. He tucks his neck in. And you can really pay. You know, you have to be really specific when you're explaining your players like a product. You know, so those little things hopefully resonate with the college coaches, that when you say it to them in that respect, they respect you more for your evaluation because you know better than them.
How has this event become a staple of the off-season calendar for you and your players?
Well, I think that it brings New York City together. I think it's awesome that it's free. I think it's publicized the right way. I think it brings New York together. You don't have this. We actually, one of my coaches used to run a showcase like this at our field, but we didn't get it to this level. And it's really just, New York City kids, which is what it's really about. I think that's, in the essence, is really having, instead of a bunch of fingers, you have a fist put together as one, and that really helps and stands out.
If I heard correctly, they broke that first huddle with New York football, right? I
mean, that's what we're doing, right? It's about you, and Malibu is all about New York City. I mean, they started up in Harlem, but these guys have branched out all over the place. We're blessed to have them, and I talk to George a lot, and he's been great, and he's been helpful. He's tutoring one of my other kids right now for the SAT, and we talk all the time, and he's gone past the hours that he's supposed to be working with him, and he might have a Wednesday and Friday tutoring session, but he'll talk to that same kid once a day about checking in with him, see what's going on.
Well, hey, if Erasmus and Lincoln can share the same field in peace, we are making huge strides in Brooklyn. If only Lincoln and Grady and Erasmus and Tilden could do that back in the day, who knows where we'd be as a society.
My father's a Tilden grad. Yeah.
My father as well. Look at that.
Wow,
Small world.
Wow.
Yeah, indeed.
Is that Willie Randolph times? Or
he's before Willie.
So is mine.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Boy, we really could go back in the day.
This is like a whole This Is Your Life Lance Meadow.
Yeah. Get off the mic and start a little more Brooklynese accent so we don't have to worry about being so professional right now.
Well, we could throw in a little Billy Cunningham talk,
That's the Erasmus guy.
See,
Barbra Streisand.
Well, don't get me started.
Eli Wallach,
Absolutely.
Good, Bad, Ugly.
Yeah, well, listen.
Ralph Malph from the Happy Days.
Do the schools have alum fights? Like, does Lincoln bring Neil Diamond and you counter with Barbra Streisand?
No, wait a second.
Yeah.
We fight about that all the time. Neil Diamond went to Erasmus and Lincoln.
Really?
Yes. But unfortunately for them, he came to Erasmus to do a little bit of a concert for us. So he didn't get that over here.
But I believe he graduated from Lincoln.
Yeah, but we got the concert. Who cares?
Okay, but, listen, as long as you're in the yearbook, and I believe it was 1968, so, we got to take credit for that.
I'll take Barbra Streisand.
That's fine. Listen, we'll leave it at that. We can all get along here in Brooklyn.
Yes,
Danny, listen, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for stopping by, and
Appreciate it.
congratulations to you and the program in terms of what you've been able to build.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Danny Lamberg, head coach of Erasmus Hall. We are continuing to move forward with great coverage of the Elite 5 Showcase here in Brooklyn, New York on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights. but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athletes' key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
And it's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
And we are back here at Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York. The 2026 Elite 5 Showcase. And you see one-on-one drills getting underway here in Brooklyn, where we see wide receivers and DBs going mano-a-mano, and this is what this event is all about. The head coach of Erasmus was just talking about iron against iron. So this is where the competition steps up a little bit, David, over the course of this program, where you get maybe, I don't want to say a little chippiness, but you get guys that really going to be looking to push one another, especially in this one-on-one formula.
So you don't want to put pressure on rising seniors, teenagers in school, but in a lot of ways, speaking with Danny Landberg, the Erasmus Hall coach, the fastest in PSAL history to 200 wins, just wrapped up his, or won his 7th PSAL championship this past fall. Maybe he got to enjoy that for like 2 minutes when he was with us.
It sounds like it, yes.
Which might be 2 minutes more than he enjoyed previously. But this is, right, this is like the headlining event of this showcase. Right, watching these players go at it one-on-one, knowing that these could be matchups that we see this fall as they play each other, but matchups in the future. And this is really, I think, in a lot of ways, the essence of football, right? It's 11 on 11, but coaches talk all the time about winning your individual matchup and doing your part on the field to have success for the team.
So we are going to stay focused on these one-on-one drills here outside Abraham Lincoln High School here in Brooklyn, New York. As we heard from Pat Godfrey earlier in the program, who is the founder and director of the Elite 5 Showcase, and the process they go through to give these players an opportunity to take part. They're very selective, about 50 schools represented, hundreds of players in total. We spoke with Lincoln's head coach and Erasmus's head coach. Between both of those programs, they have about 40 players. But it is all across the board. You've got Bayside, Cardozo, Chaminade, Christ the King. That's just a little bit of a taste of players that are represented. Fordham Prep, FDR, Holy Cross, Iona Prep, JFK, Long Island City High School, Mount St. Michael Academy, Tottenville in Staten Island, Xaverian, part of the Catholic League in Brooklyn. So they do a really good job, David. We tend to sometimes live in our own bubbles within New York City, but they make sure that they open this up to the city and even beyond.
Credit to Pat Gottfried. It is no easy task to wrangle high school coaches and to bring them all together and to send their kids. Both of Sean O'Connor and Danny Landberg talking about the idea that it's free, which is huge as well, and that's how you have closing in on 300 participants. And we're about to have the crossover where the wide receivers, defensive backs, and the senior quarterbacks are going through their one-on-ones as the running backs, tight ends, linebackers, and linemen on both sides of the ball start to funnel in, because there'll be a group kind of meeting for both of those different units in the middle of the day. And it's just a great way for New York football to come together, a great showcase. And also, you think maybe planting some spring seeds for some fall football with E-Hall as the defending PSAL champs.
Yeah, the rivalries are brewing and going strong even during the course of the offseason. And with the running backs getting out here, it also gives college scouts a chance to see how they run routes out of the backfield, which is clearly a huge facet of that game. And if you're going to put a running back on the next level and you want to play him for 3 downs, you want to know that you can expose him to passing situations from either a route running standpoint or pass protection. So that's why there is value in having running backs run these routes and go one-on-one, whether it's against a linebacker or a defensive back and so forth. And you see on the left side of the screen here, they are taking these players through all different routes. And a lot of it also is a product of, David, what we heard from Sean O'Connor and Danny Landsberg, as well as Pat Godfrey. This is why you get feedback from college scouts and coaches, so that when you run these drills, you're doing exactly what they want to see and what they need to pick up on when they evaluate and scout their talent. So I think that's a big part of the conversation as well when you're looking through what you want to expose these players to and what you want to throw them out and challenge them. It's, well, what is conducive to the college game, and are we exposing them to the facets of the game that these scouts want to see?
Thought it was great to hear from Landberg about just the idea of coaching the kids, his kids, as they're being coached. And you could understand why in his 2+ decades he has built the program that he has, the attention to detail, the maniacal kind of pursuit of perfection. You see all those blue shirts amongst the black ones. Those are the coaches and the volunteers that have come here. And as you see the list of coaches, you could feel the connection to Clemson and the founder and director of the Elite Five in Pat Gottfried. You can feel the you could feel the connection to New York City, and also the idea that there's alums coming through here as well. And the football community is one that likes to give back, pay it forward, and also give back. And as they approach now, 7 years of this event, it's become part of that off-season calendar and part of a must-go for college coaches as they kind of mill about around midfield.
Well, we heard from Pat earlier, and he said there are coaches that he doesn't even have to send a reminder to. They basically say, hey, you tell us the date, we will be there. So to your point, it has been something that is so established that has become part of the fabric of the New York City off-season program, which is really a heck of an achievement for him and his group of volunteers and his staff. And Pat also ran us through what they go through. You're talking about months of preparation to make sure that they identify the talent and they coordinate with Lincoln, and they make sure that they get the college scouts out here as well. So all of that is a very time-consuming process. And one of the players that we just saw haul in a really nice catch was number 90, Nair Jackson, wide receiver from Erasmus Hall, who plays for Danny Landberg. And you saw him go up in the back of the end zone and make the catch. And that's something that coaches are looking for when they evaluate wide receivers. We could sit here and go over their length, their size, their width, but do you have the athleticism to win a jump ball? Can you get separation one-on-one with a defensive back? And that's where drills like this come in handy, especially if college scouts are trying to determine what can you do at the next level. They want to fully grasp the fact that you're comfortable going mano-a-mano down the field. And you see here, a little physicality. Nobody getting hurt, but guys going and laying out to try to fight for the football. And you certainly like to see the effort on full display here under these circumstances.
Yeah, I love the way that we talked with each of our guests about the value of these one-on-ones. It takes up a good portion of the day. It's about an hour segment for these wide receivers, defensive backs, and quarterback group. Later in the day, it'll be 50 minutes for the second unit of players coming out here to Coney Island. And it's the subtleties. It's the explosion. It's the footwork. It's the competitiveness in these one-on-one drills. And an opportunity to stand out. If you do show a certain ability that maybe some of these college coaches weren't quite prepared for. And it's just another touch point for a lot of these college coaches, speaking to one before the event. Coming down here today with an idea of who he wanted to see, prior contact with the players, and just adding another mental note as to a player's progression, a player's improved physical stature, or perhaps skill as well as they get, for most of these players, geared up for their senior season.
And that's why it's so beneficial to have a showcase like this, because as you were just mentioning, there are college coaches that come down to this event and they may not have had previous contact or interaction with any of the players, and they want to see, all right, hey, maybe we could pick somebody up within the recruiting process. But then there's the example, David, that you just threw out. There is previous contact, and they want to see them in a different setting outside of turning on the film and watching the game, because I think you learn a little bit more about the player. And this goes back to what we were talking about with Danny Landberg, head coach of Erasmus. And you know this, David, from covering sports. There are practice players, guys that lay it all out, go all in during practice, but maybe their skill set doesn't allow it to all of a sudden translate to games. Then there are players that don't want any part of practice. They have no interest. However, they show up every single game day, and you're like, wow, this guy means business. So this is another part of that process in evaluating, okay, what are they like outside of a game situation? And we're seeing split screen here in terms of one-on-ones, as we'll continue to monitor what's going on the field. And that was a jump ball that landed incomplete towards the sideline. As you see these players fighting for it in the end zone on the right side, same thing. And another opportunity in the corner of the end zone that falls incomplete. The other thing that we should take into consideration while we're seeing these one-on-ones is the work for the quarterbacks to also demonstrate what they're capable of doing. And the other thing that I find fascinating, David, and I'll bring the NFL Combine into this phase of the conversation. There's always the debate, at least from a quarterback standpoint, should you throw at the Combine, especially when you're taking part in drills with players that you never worked with? No, it's going to backfire on you. You're not going to have chemistry, symmetry, however you want to float it. And this is the challenge for these local quarterbacks. You're throwing to some of your teammates, of course, a team like Lincoln that has about 20 and Erasmus that has 20 as well, but you're also throwing to a player from Severian or Christ the King that you never shared a field with other than maybe going up again. So, you know, that's the other benefit to coaches and scouts seeing, okay, how does a player adjust when we take him out of his comfort zone, and can he flourish under those circumstances? And that's what I like about these showcases or pro days, if you want to call them, where you're putting a player into an element and you're really seeing how he handles that accordingly.
Yeah, and I think it's also an opportunity to see, top prospect go up against top prospect. I mean, something that was mentioned in our conversations earlier in this broadcast is the idea of maybe some of these prospects are coming from smaller schools, from lower divisions, from conferences in which do not produce college football players, which is okay because kids should enjoy themselves and enjoy playing football and enjoy the high school experience. But for some of these players from smaller schools, it's an opportunity to see players that have the aspirations like themselves to play at the next level and to be matched up against them.
Because once again, you never know what you can do in terms of elevating your game when you're exposed to a player that you have not gone up against, whether it's in practice or in a game setting. And we're seeing some incomplete passes here. Not that that should take anything away from the players, but this is why David and I are bringing in the context of a quarterback throwing to a player that they have not worked with on a regular basis. And these are the things that you need to fight through. For example, whether it's a pass that goes behind the intended wide receiver, because it's all about timing, especially some of these routes where there may be a little bit of contact down the field, but this is all part, once again, of the evaluation process. And the other thing that we should note as we're seeing live action here at the Elite 5 Showcase, Mother Nature, knock on wood, has cooperated thus far. Not that they are going to postpone or halt the activity. Football players will play through just about anything, David.
But broadcasters might not broadcast through anything.
That's fair. That is a very good point. Now, we are covered. We are in a tent on the sideline here at Lincoln High School's field. So we have been taken care of accordingly because we're high-maintenance broadcasters, and that's important to know. We're not going to shy away from it. As you mentioned, we're picky, and we need ideal conditions.
What happened to Brooklyn Tough?
Well, listen, that was back in the day. As the years go on, you get to be a little bit more needy, whether or not you have the Brooklyn Foundation. I'll be the first one to admit and acknowledge, but don't mistake in that. The Brooklyn core is still very strong at the center of all of this. And see, right on cue, 64 degrees here, cloudy, a little wind, but very comfortable to take in football.
You're somebody that on a daily basis covers the New York Giants. You're very fluent in their yearly calendar and understanding what the combine, what the draft, what essentially college to the pros, similarly to high school to college. You're trying to prove yourself. How much have you come in contact with the idea of the importance of these individual drills to be weighed and to be measured and to be looked at in this type of environment?
Well, it's a great question, David. And actually, coincidentally, the Giants are holding their rookie mini camp this weekend simultaneously. So speaking of individual drills, there's a lot of that going on in East Rutherford, New Jersey, where they're evaluating should an undrafted free agent, right, make the 90-man roster.
Somebody else under the radar, like
100%. The hidden gems that Pat Godfrey was talking about earlier in the program. And I think while to the naked eye, to the football fan, you watch this, and I think we can all relate, it gets repetitive, and you really need to love football, and that's why coaches and scouts are cut from very different cloths. So there is importance from the standpoint of at least taking it to the NFL level. The combine, which I have mentioned multiple times in passing, where you want to see how they go up against, which is what you were tapping into, players that maybe they had not interacted with over the course of the regular season. You want to see the athleticism up close and personal. You know, I always say, and we were talking about this with Danny Landberg, David, that there is a distinct difference between a player, and here they are in shorts and T-shirts, there's this speed, but then there's game speed, right? When you put the helmet on, you put the pads on, and there are players that can run freely, right, with a quick release off the line of scrimmage, and then all of a sudden you add the football equation in, and it's a completely different story. So there has to be that line of separation, but I do think you could get a taste of the athleticism, the work ethic, and the embrace of competition, which maybe is the most important facet of anything we're talking about in these one-on-one drills. Do you want to get up and go up against top-tier talent, even though your pads are not on, and do you still want to showcase what you're capable of doing? And I think you get those answers in the Elite 5 Showcase, whether it's the NFL, whether it's college, and so forth. So that's where I think the one-on-one drills are key, and I think most coaches have a similar takeaway.
And these drills have transitioned to routes over the middle of the field, and we just saw a really impressive grab and separation over the middle. And they're in shorts and T-shirts, and certainly they don't have to worry about some high safety coming in to provide a big hit. But we are just seeing glimpses of maybe a toughness or the ability to joust, to get open against a defender. And what's been so interesting throughout the conversations is how much of the evaluation process happens outside of these spurts of drills. How are they standing? How are they leading? What happens with their body language if they don't succeed? Great footwork there, and a throw that is off target. And right there, like, not to point anybody out, but number 8 there, the separation, and then kind of showed less than perfect body language when a throw was off target, to your point about the quarterbacks maybe not being somebody they're familiar with, somebody that is used to seeing their route tree. And how do they react to that? All these things, it's really amazing how you get out of the car from the parking lot and the spotlight is on you.
Well, and I'm glad the last statement that you brought up, David, because I think that's important. How do you react, right? The body language is also something that coaches are evaluating. So when you saw that throw that went wide towards the sideline after it was a great route, you got the separation, okay, but at the end of the day, you're having quarterbacks throw to you who you did not go through routes in games. It's understandable there's going to be some miscommunication. But that also could very well happen in practice, right? With your regular starting quarterback, and coaches want to see, okay, is it going to become a point of contention, or is it going to be something that you can quickly put behind you and then you can move on? And while what we're talking about may not be the end-all, be-all when it comes from an X's and O's standpoint, it still says an awful lot about what it means for team morale and team chemistry that is built over the course of the practice field. So, that, I would say, holds value in how you conduct yourself and how you behave in these situations. How do you balance competition from things that maybe don't go smoothly? And some of these recent passes we're seeing, once again, is a product of not necessarily the lack of effort, but just players not having a great deal of routes and experience with one another. And I think anyone on any level of football can relate and certainly attest to that. As we continue to see these one-on-one drills and the ability of these players to create separation and prove that their athleticism is worthy of taking it up a notch to the next level. And this is going to go all throughout the afternoon till about 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll be here at Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York. Ooh, tremendous size in the corner of the end zone. And some of these players who are running wide receiver routes, you can also maybe sell as a tight end at the next level too. And I'm sure there are a lot of coaches that are saying to themselves, we envision this player slide it in this spot, and then all of a sudden we can move them into another. So that was Nige Hunter who just hauled that in from James Madison, a wide receiver, number 149, with a heck of a catch in the back of the end zone. And there's going to be a lot of those highlight reel plays that are going to be produced over the course of this session. As you see the hand fighting continuing, and that was nearly caught. A spectacular near grab in the left corner of the end zone after there was initial separation, but then the DB made a nice recovery to knock the ball loose. And let's take another look at this replay, and you see the ball was on the top of the head and then was unfortunately dropped, but you love the effort and you love the intensity that they're bringing to the field. And what we're seeing, drill in and drill out, that was number 145 in your programs. Our programs are not in numerical order, so you'll have to excuse us. I want to give proper due to a lot of these players. They deserve it, and that is a big purpose of this session. But as David and I look through our roster sheets, sometimes it takes time to identify the players, but nonetheless, we're going to do our due diligence as we take in this one-on-one operation. And this is an opportunity, once again, for these players to prove to the coaches that they are capable of making game-changing type of plays. Because I think if any lessons could be taken from the Curtis Samuels of the world, for example, who's a product of the Public School Athletic League at Erasmus, and that was a catch towards the sideline, DB arguing that feet were not placed in bounds. And I love it how they still argue with the refs, even though we're not necessarily in a game setting, to try to win the battle. But getting back to my point about Curtis Samuel, David, the fact that I think it's so beneficial when you're a sophomore in high school and you could say, wow, it may have been 15 years ago, let's say, or it may have been 10 years ago, but yeah, he was in my classroom. He was in my shoes. He went on my field, and he now is playing in the National Football League. I do think that registers with a lot of young players.
I do think it's amazing, just the common thread of and the narrative of New York football. Pat Godfrey had shared with us a video that Boomer Esiason made back in 2020, the first year of this Elite 5 event. It was a 2020 fall season that got derailed because of COVID, and those in New York City were not able to play, and New York did not have their football season, so that class of 21 was not getting their due. They did not have game film to send out. And Boomer Esiason talked about his story about coming from East Islip, only getting one scholarship opportunity. That was to Maryland, where he would go. He started as, I believe he said, the 11th string quarterback. But he talked about the idea of uncut gems or hidden gems or unfound gems. It's an area that loves their sports and their athletics. It's an area that is full of athletes. And it's amazing to think from where Boomer was in the 70s and 80s to hearing Pat Godfrey's story until now and listening to Sean O'Connor and Danny Landberg, just how that same narrative exists. Just under-recruited, unheralded kids just looking for their opportunity, a chance to prove themselves in the next level. And this type of showcase continues to provide those opportunities and continues to provide that chance for more hidden gems to be discovered.
Well, it was interesting to hear the Boomer Esiason commentary that you were just referencing, because once again, it goes back to my Curtis Samuel point. You think of Boomer Esiason, you think of a prominent NFL quarterback and a broadcaster today, but many people could not tell you, David, that he started out 11th on the depth chart. And I think that gives it the proper perspective. And once again, if you're a freshman in high school and you hear that, and you're like, wow, Boomer Esiason, I hear him on the radio, but, who knew that he had to go through quite the challenge to get to the point where he proved himself as an elite signal caller. And I just don't think that there's enough of that, at least maybe at the disposal of these players. So when you could bring it back full circle, okay, you know where they are now, but what was it like when they were in your shoes? I think that does resonate, and I think it goes a long way. One of the players, while David was talking about, number 53, that made an impressive catch was Aiden Porter, who went up and pinpointed the pinnacle of the football and took it in. And we're seeing some battles going on here between these DBs and these wide receivers. I tell you, they may not have helmets, they may not have pads, but they are making sure, absolutely, David, they are going all out to see whether or not they can make a play on the football. And once again, you love to see the consistency in the intensity from start to finish, because, we've been going at least a good 20 minutes while these drills are happening, and they're rotating the players in and out, and we're seeing various different matchups, and the standard has not dipped at all since these drills have gotten underway. And there's another great example of separation, but perhaps finishing the play proving to be challenging or problematic, again, because you're trying to adjust to a passer that you have not previously worked with, or going up against, once again, a defender that you're not used to in terms of his approach, his strategy, and his fundamentals. So all of that is something that the coaches are taking into consideration as they're evaluating these players. As we are here in Coney Island, Brooklyn, New York, Abraham Lincoln High School, the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. And a reminder, you could head to @Varsity Media on YouTube, subscribe to our page where you could take in events like this, as well as all of our upcoming play-by-play broadcasts. And that was a deflection and a catch over the middle, a bit of a fortuitous bounce in these one-on-ones. Is here up the left sideline, and a one-handed grab. He's been working so hard, his number is peeling off, okay? If that, ladies and gentlemen, does not indicate how hard some of these players are going, I don't know what does. And this is definitely worth another look. There was a grab at the line of scrimmage, and then a left-handed grab. And I have received confirmation from the textile industry that that is number 48 that made that grab, because the 4, of course, is starting to peel off during the course of these one-on-one drills.
It is a suitable for work wardrobe malfunction.
That is a very appropriate way to put it. I would have not thought that maybe about 2 hours into this we would have had a wardrobe malfunction, but you got to plan accordingly.
They don't make the T-shirts like they used to.
Oh, apparently they don't. That is a fair synopsis, as once again, the highlight reel plays continue to pile up. As we saw number 90 come in with that grab up the left sideline.
That got some chatter from the crowd.
It did indeed, and that's what you call going up and making a play for your quarterback. So that is Nair Jackson, who we referenced earlier, Erasmus Hall wide receiver. Danny Landberg certainly is going to be smiling at plays like that, and separation and a wide open hole in there by number 15 over the middle into the end zone.
Jackson, a 6'2", 180-pound wide receiver, class of 28. So he is a rising junior. Whoa. First time participating in the Elite 5. He was not here last year, understandably so, since he would have been a rising sophomore. But maybe Danny Landberg was didn't want to talk about repeating, but maybe Nair Jackson would. I mean, that's, it's one of these things where there's about 150 kids out here right now, and Jackson, on a couple of occasions, you talk about standing out, has certainly done that to the point where he's made 2 highlight reel type of plays that deserved a second look and really jumped off the page. And maybe in his case, it's not that he's under-recruited, it's that he's just now coming onto the scene as he's still got another month plus left as being a sophomore.
Which is great news, to your point, for the Erasmus program, because he is still in the developmental phase. And it's another example of how, much like we were talking about other states in Texas, you've got to build a program. And program is the key operating phrase. You're not building a season, you're building a JV team to funnel talent upwards towards the varsity squad. That's how high schools remain successful. They develop within. Now, we're living in a time, of course, and colleges is at the forefront of this, maybe more so than high school, but there are transfers on the high school level, okay? Let's not be naive from that standpoint. There are players that change schools. There are players that go from the public schools to the Catholic League, and it makes it harder to build continuity from that standpoint. So you're always going to be dealing with that, and there's the academic factors that come into play as well. But the way to go around that and navigate that is making sure that you immediately get a hold of freshmen and explain to them, okay, hey, this is what we're trying to put together. And Danny Landberg, head coach of Erasmus, was talking about that. He had mentioned that there are 3 freshmen, I believe he said, that are going to be up on varsity this season. So, I mean, David, that's the perfect example that he is thinking ahead from that standpoint.
It's, it is quite the statement for Danny to know that and project the fact that these freshmen are future Power 4 players, and which would mean they're about 2 or so years away, maybe 3, from competing in the 9th or 10th annual Elite 5.
As we start to make our registrations known for upcoming showcases, players continuing to battle here on the Lincoln football field. We've seen some deep shots towards the corners of the end zone. There's that one over the middle. So here is another look at one of the earlier catches, and right on the mark down the sideline, number 16 making that grab. And there is another excellent catch by number 52 in the end zone for a score. Seeing little by little, it seems the rhythm and the chemistry is picking up, which is natural as the same quarterbacks throw to similar players. It's all about gaining a feel. And that is another great grab by number 144. He has been extremely active over the course of this afternoon. And we are seeing players that are going to hammer out opportunities for themselves on the collegiate level because of, once again, the effort that they're putting forth there. And he got separation and was able to lay out and sacrifice his body at the edge of the end zone.
Sometimes I think you're calling bingo numbers. Anyone with 144? Maybe lotto, bingo?
Well, that's what it comes down to when you're trying to keep tally of
50 plus.
So many different numbers, correct. Absolutely, and even some that peel in the process, too. Let's not forget about that. So we're trying to balance a number of different factors. They look like they're wrapping up at least session 1 of those one-on-one drills that we just took on. And now it looks like they're going to go to another one-on-one grouping as we see the volunteers and coaching staff addressing the players who are lined up and anxious to get back involved here. As you see Pat Godfrey at the center of the screen, the founder and director of the Elite 5 Showcase. So they're going to call out players here for specific one-on-ones to raise the intensity of these drills.
I'm going to move. I want to make sure no one's in my...
Seems like Pat's working off of the same roster you are.
I'm off camera, but he and I can relate.
You're both
to
scrolling there a little
100%. The thumb is getting a huge workout. Not as much as these one-on-one matchups, as you see 10 defending 129. And that goes right through the fingertips. And there is also quite the size disparity in that matchup as well.
Pat had mentioned earlier that the college coaches here might want to see specific players and specific matchups. And I'd imagine that at least part of these showdowns or this wide receiver version of an Oklahoma drill, which is more for a running back and linebacker, have at least been impacted by what the collegiate coaches in attendance might want to see, because we're taking a look here at some premier matchups and some premier talent.
That was number 206 as the defensive back. Great recovery by Josiah Mitchell of Archbishop Stepinac. And he is also a part of the 2028 class. So just like we were talking about earlier, David, 2 more years of him at Archbishop Stepinac.
Mitchell's high school coach, A.J. McGee, in attendance, saw him roaming around, making the trip up from Westchester. Former college coach at Wagner most recently, and Wagner was a school that was mentioned multiple times in our conversation of a collegiate program that came here and offered kids just based off of their performance here at the Elite 5.
Malachi Ellis, wide receiver from Erasmus Hall, number 92, making that latest grab. As David referenced, Wagner was brought up, can't tell you how many times in our conversations, which just goes to show you it is advantageous for especially the local programs to come to an event like this. And who knows, I mean, you could get a handful of players to build out your depth chart when maybe you weren't necessarily paying close attention during the course of the regular season. And for these local players, you know, Wagner's in Staten Island, you stay close to family, you get an education, and you're able to continue your football career.
Danny Landberg kind of shot it down, which I totally respect. He knows more football than I could ever hope to acquire. But I do think there is something to the idea of, if you're going to take a chance, right, take a chance on somebody that maybe didn't get as many reps, that is from an area that maybe doesn't prioritize football as others, that maybe doesn't get the chance, as Danny said, to be outdoors year-round. And to your point about depth, if you're looking to fill out a roster with maybe a couple of high-ceiling guys or players that still have room to develop both physically and in terms of their skill, I think local programs especially are understanding that they just need to look into their backyard.
Number 50, Corey Williams-Smith, made one of those catches, the wide receiver from Transit Tech. He is class of 2027, so he is going to be entering his senior year. And as we're calling out these names in schools, and we've done numerous ones over the course of these one-on-one sessions, it's just, again, another example of the wide array of talent that is here on the football field at Lincoln. And how about that sliding grab by, I believe that was number 56, getting down and dirty near the sideline to make that completion. And I guarantee you that is going to be something that will stand out for these college scouts and coaches on hand.
You know, we are at Lincoln High School, home of the Rail Splitters. Their football program, terrific, known historically for their basketball program. And you almost want to see maybe winners stay on here, right? If you're a wide receiver that won your battle, you stay on against another defensive back until you get stopped. And vice versa. If you're a DB with a pass knockdown or an incompletion, you want to take on all comers.
So 56 is Lake Cheesy, wide receiver for Fordham Prep. He is class of 2027, and getting behind the defense for a score there, number 13. That is a Johnny Bazil, who is in his backyard. He's done a lot of this on this field for Lincoln. And that is quite the moment, and something that I'm sure will bring smiles to head coach Sean O'Connor as we see Pat Godfrey still in the center of it. I mean, that man's got enough energy to run 50 laps around Coney Island and then still do 10 more interviews after.
He's basically a cyclone. 5'10", 142 is Bazil. Interested in veterinarian science as his desired college major. Another look at Pat getting plenty of airtime today, and for good reason, for all of his efforts putting this all together.
As it looks like they may be breaking here from session number 1. I know we spoke earlier that we thought it was an indication they were going to take a breather, but with the way that these players are working, they're hungry to stay on the field here. And based on the schedule, right around noon, they were going to break up for coaches' addresses and then pick things up about 45 minutes later for the second session of the Elite 5 Showcase. But we certainly appreciate everybody tuning in here on the Varsity Media Sports Network through our YouTube page. We are here in Brooklyn, New York on this Saturday morning/afternoon. And you're seeing Pat Godfrey front and center, the founder and director of the Elite 5 Showcase. And speaking of Pat, let's listen in to his address to the players.
So, one of the reasons why we're here is all these guys standing behind you either are current or former college football players. And football changed all of our lives for the better. We believe that it's on us, our duty, to pay it forward, to help the community, okay? And that's what the Value Outreach is all about. So for a second, I'm going to introduce the founders of About You that put this whole thing together, George Onisi and Alex Trills.
Exactly what Coach Pat just said about giving back to the community. So all of these guys are coming here and volunteering for free to provide a free camp. So one thing we learned today is what our company is about, our organization. Everything starts with the fundamentals, right? The attention to detail and discipline. All that hard work, you're not going to go anywhere. So this is just a pathway to get the knowledge. It's what you do every day. And that's what we are about. It's just every day doing the same thing and working hard. We really appreciate you guys coming out. You did great out there.
Yes, yes. And listen. Hey, so boys, man, one, let's give it a round of applause. I know it's super important because as New York City, we're always kind of framed as basketball first, right? And Coach Godfrey, I don't think you understand how he's organized. You got coaches here from Clemson, you got guys here, USC, NFL prospects, right? There is clearly an awareness of what's going on with New York City football, man. You guys got to keep pushing that envelope, right? That's the whole idea here, right? Push each other or shine a light on each other, because if everyone is seen that in that way, it raises everything. Does that make sense, boys? Yes, all right, man. Does that make sense, boys? Yes, all right, man. Super excited, man. And once again, man, proud of everything you guys are doing. This whole group right here, people want to get back to their community. You guys have a unique position in your communities, your high schools, you're visible guys. Everybody wants to be a star football player. How do you pay it forward? How do you help out your community with that platform? Real quick guy got Jeff Baxter, who drove up from Philadelphia today to give you a quick introduction to a great charity that I used to work with called Uplifting Athletes, that works with college and high school football players around the country to bring awareness to rare diseases.
Thanks so much for having me, Elite 5. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Jeff Baxter from Uplifting Athletes. So what's Uplifting Athletes? Can you all hear me back there? So Uplifting Athletes, we power sports to help families affected by rare disease. Rare disease could be pediatric cancer, an autoimmune disease, a neurological situation. Everybody here probably knows somebody that's battling. There's 30 million Americans across the country. That's the size of Texas, the population of Texas, that are battling rare diseases. We do it in 3 ways: today, tomorrow, and the future. So we give away funds and grants to researchers that are trying to find a cure and treatment for help these families. We also provide uplifting experiences, special game days, special times for families that come to practice. I bet you a lot of the guys out here were involved when they were in college. If anybody in here was involved with uplifting athletes in college, let's give them a round of applause. Because, guys, what they have done is provided a framework. They provided a foundation for the growth of the organization. We've raised $1.4 million since 2018 to distribute to researchers across the country that have actually transitioned to $200 million in future grants to those researchers. So what's that all about? Like, how do we do it? How do we engage high school football players like you guys across the country? We do it a couple different ways. We do lift awards. You guys can go in the weight room. Something you're already doing with your teammates. You're already grinding. You're already trying to get to the next level. You can actually put a special workout together, pledge your bench, pledge your deadlift with the squat, and allow people to support your efforts in the gym. Transition that into a grant for somebody that could get a life-saving treatment for their rare disease. Another way, you can pledge your impact play on the field. Guys that are receivers, quarterbacks, D-backs, tackles, any impact play that you make, you can actually send it out to the community. They can pledge you, and you can make an impact for uplifting athletes. It's a great way for those of you guys that have to get community service hours for school requirements to like do something you really love doing, playing football, and making an impact on and off the field. So opportunity. Pat talked about opportunity this morning. You guys are all trying to get to the next level here. Showing off, showing out. That's the same thing that our families are looking for, opportunity and teammates. And so I'm at the 50-yard line today. I'll probably be here for another couple hours before I get back to Philly. I'd love to meet you. I'd love to hear what school you go to and how we can engage you guys in our mission. All right? Thanks so much and good luck today.
Up next, this is pretty cool. Not often do you go to a high school camp, a showcase like this, and have head coaches at the college level come out. Everybody's here because you want to get recruited, you want to play college football, but what's that all about? It's not just about what you're doing here today. It's that the kind of life you live, the kind of character you bring into whatever program you join in a couple of years. So give a quick round of applause to Coach Walker and Pace.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So I want to talk to you real quick about 3 things. Okay, it's character, it's your willingness to learn, and it's your journey. First piece, character. Okay, I've had the fortunate opportunity to become a college head coach late last year. All right, and in my career, I've coached at the Division III level, Division II level, Division I level, and worked with a lot of elite NFL talent. All right, I've also been a high school coach. We've had over 100 football players go off and play in college. So character, why I bring up character. When we're building a program, the first thing we look for when we go on the road recruiting, when we go into school, is what type of person you are. And within the first 30 seconds of recruiting, I have a pretty good general idea. Because I always have to check in with either a security guard, a school secretary, or somebody at the school. My first question is, do they know the young man I'm coming to see? What can they tell me about him? What type of kid are they? Right? When we ask the coaches those questions, who are you out at practice? Who are you in the classroom? Who are you in your community? Who do you surround yourself with? Right? Because as we go to talk about your journey, that's the biggest piece. Who do you surround yourself with? Right? Actions always speak louder than words. We want to recruit guys with high character because in my position, right, if I don't have guys with high character, I sleep next to this pretty lady at nighttime, okay, and if my phone's going off at 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., right, she's going to be very unhappy, right? And a happy wife equals a happy life. So for me, character is a big piece in our program. So who are you? right? What do you stand for? What are your characteristics? Right? The next piece is your willingness to learn. The non-negotiable, man, is in the classroom. And we'll leave it at that. For the years that I've been able to recruit, been able to help place guys, the willingness to learn is everything. This starts in the classroom. As a college recruit, a possible college recruit, I can tell you this. Right, that piece of paper that you call a transcript, that's either going to help you get into a lot of schools or it's going to eliminate a lot of schools right off the bat. Right? There's a certain GPA the NCAA requires. There's a certain GPA that every institution requires. So for us, right, those academics are everything. The higher your GPA is, right, the higher your grades, the more doors you open for yourself at every level. Right, at every single level. The lower that GPA goes, right, the more doors you close. So I can't say this enough, right? When it comes to academics, man, it's extremely important that you do your job in the classroom. If you're struggling academically, right, a lot of you guys came with your coaches today. Coaches are out here, teachers are out here, your family's out here. You have some type of support system. One thing I've learned in education throughout my time, there's always people with the willingness to help. And they will help you if you seek it out and you ask. So make sure you're taking care of those things. Your willingness to learn as a player, right? I don't know how many times I heard coach, right, have to stop a drill and tell guys to get behind the 35 or to get guys off the sideline. Man, those little things as college coaches, you come to one of our prospect camps, we'll shut the camp down. We'll stop reps, we'll do all those things. I pay close attention, right, to the details that our coaches coach. The guy standing in the back of the line, that when his opportunity comes up to compete in a drill, is he paying attention? What was his willingness to learn, right, when he wasn't up? What was his willingness to learn when coach was giving coaching cues to other players? Right? You're evaluated at all times when you come to these things. So what your willingness to learn is a big part of it. The last piece is your journey. Don't compare your journey to anybody standing up here. Right? As a person, as a player, it's the worst thing you can do. Right? Today's world, we deal with social media, we deal with all these things that, fortunately when I was a player didn't exist. Right? Comparing ourselves to others, man. Right? And following that journey, right? What is your journey? What are you trying to do? Who are you surrounding yourself with? Every day is an opportunity to get better. So as you go on this journey, right, there are plenty of college coaches out here today. I hope you introduce yourself to all of them, whether they're Division I, Division II, Division III, NAIA. So I can tell you this, you never know where these coaches end up. This last week alone, I lost 2 coaches, right, in the last 5 days. I lost a coach to a top 5 program in the FCS, and I lost a coach to a group of 5 Division I program. Right, so those were guys, just this week we're on the road recruiting in your high schools, right, for a Division II program. How did you treat them? How did you interact with them? Right, so the journey is always different for everybody. Things you can control, you'll never be able to control how tall you are, right? And those things. But the things you can control are your character, your willingness to learn, and what you make of your journey. So I challenge all you guys here today, right, to take those 3 things into account and always try to raise your standard and raise the standard of those around you. If you do those things, you'll be great, not only in football, but you'll be great in life. I appreciate you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. All right, look forward to the second session. Ben, make it a great year. Thank you.
Before we wrap things up, I want to give you an opportunity to get introduced to all these coaches who came out, sacrificed their time to give back, to help coach you guys up, and help you make the most of your opportunity out here today. So I'll just start, coaches, as I'm going around the horn. Please do me a favor, introduce yourself. Let us know what position you played and the highest level of football that you went to. All right, so start off, Coach Cooney.
What's up, guys? Nolan Cooney. I was a punter. I played in the NFL for the Saints, Cardinals, Colts, and Bucks.
Charlie Dalape. I played defensive back. Started my career at Brown University, transferred to Vanderbilt, and played a little bit professionally overseas.
Dan Crowley. I played wide receiver at Johns Hopkins University. Doug Wargall. I played offensive line at UConn.
Jonathan White's Clemson College, just athlete. That was me. Place game, athlete.
Ty McInerney, linebacker, University of Pennsylvania.
Riggs Falkenberry. I played linebacker at Clemson.
Coach Howley. I played defensive line, University of Florida.
Blake Vincent, offensive line, Clemson.
Pickard. I played defensive end at Syracuse University.
Mohamed Mahmoud, University of St. Thomas, DB receiver.
Salim Mohammed, defensive back, Stanford, Purdue. Abraham, DB at Wesleyan and Carmen. Tommy Dennis, left tackle. Sam Philippe, UPenn, DB.
Ty Thomason, running back, receiver, Clemson.
Sullivan, linebacker at Army. Scotto, defensive end, Missouri State. Coach Biggs, running back, New Albany. And I'm Pat Godfrey. I played O-line at Clemson. So, boys, we're about to wrap this up in 2 seconds. Couple things. Number one, I want to thank, and everybody give a round of applause to Coach O'Connor and Lincoln for being great. Guys, just a quick background. The reason we started this camp in 2020 is because we realized that New York City had much better athletes than we were getting recognition for on a national stage. We knew that if you guys got the right coaches, the right scouts looking at you, you can make some big waves. And I'll go to town. I'll argue with anybody any day that the talent we assemble here every year is on par with anything you're going to see in the best football recruiting parts of the country. Texas, the South, you name it. All right, we got some dogs here. But the onus is on you, okay? This is just one day. We can help give you the opportunity, but as Coach Walker said, you got to be living that lifestyle every day if you're trying to be a college football player. You got to be taking care of business in the weight room, in the classroom, every day at practice. Be that exceptional kind of guy who a college program will be lucky to have in a couple years. The good news is, looking around, I saw a lot of talent, a lot of guys I'll be watching on Saturdays on TV come the next few years. So you got to keep working and make things happen. I mentioned that wide receiver DB's group showed out in the morning. Now the onus on the big boys. Let's prove what some real physical New York football looks like. We're going to bring it in, we're going to break it down on New York football, and then my group 2 guys go to that far sideline. My group 1 guys, make sure to say hi to a college show on your way out, all right? Let's go, let's bring it in. New York football, 3, 1, 2, 3, New York football.
So a handful of coaches, along with Pat Godfrey, addressing the players here at the Elite 5 Showcase at Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York. So they're going to break. It's the end of session 1. We are going to step aside for about 45 minutes, and then we will resume our broadcast for the start of session 2, as there will be more one-on-one drills, plus we will have a handful of more interviews. Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you here from Brooklyn, New York on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, The long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athlete's key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
And it's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is 75,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. For the latest news in high school sports, be sure to check out varsitymedia.net or follow us on social media at Varsity Media.
What's up? It's Sean Lights Out Merriman, former Charger and Bill, and you're watching Varsity Media.
Hey parents, coaches, and players. Ever wonder what makes Varsity Media stand out as the tri-state leader in sports live streaming and videography?
If you're looking to optimize your sporting event, look no further than Varsity Media's coverage. Since working with them over the course of the past 4 years through the Elite 5 New York City Football Showcase, their coverage has helped take us to the top.
Varsity Media does an unbelievable job in terms of the broadcast, backgrounds on kids, do a great job of exposure from top to bottom. I couldn't really say anything negative. It's been a great couple of years that we've been working together, and it's just fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you, the fact that you guys are here has helped grow it, really. I mean, Varsity Media's been a good partner with us now for the last couple of years. That brings this game to a much broader audience.
The level of detail and that you go to, I mean, obviously the announcers, the camera angles, the slow motions, I mean, you feel like it's being covered by, ESPN.
If you'd like to book with Varsity Media, reach out at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net. latest Varsity Media updates, including our game schedules, be sure to follow us on social media at Varsity Media, the home for New York high school sports.
This is Jalen Brunson. You're watching Varsity Media.
He's got room to go. Merrill towards the end zone. Lost his lid. Touchdown!
JJ Damo, face on, stay on athlete. Controlling the face-off X 3 in a row now.
Keep Varsity Media's broadcasts free on YouTube by considering an advertising sponsorship. Our coverage of local games helps local businesses get visibility in the community. To learn more about our sponsorship packages and rates, email ben@varsitymedia.net.
Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for upcoming schedules and content, and on social media at Varsity Media.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athlete's key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
It's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is 75,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. For the latest news in high school sports, be sure to check out varsitymedia.net or follow us on social media at Varsity Media.
What's up? This is Sean Lights Out Merriman, former Charger and Bill, and you're watching Varsity Media.
Hey parents, coaches, and players. Ever wonder what makes Varsity Media stand out as the tri-state leader in sports live streaming and videography?
If you're looking to optimize your sporting event, look no further than Varsity Media's coverage. Since working with them over the course of the past 4 years through the Elite 5 New York City Football Showcase, their coverage has helped take us to the top.
Varsity Media does an unbelievable job in terms of the broadcast, backgrounds on kids, do a great job in exposure from top to bottom. I couldn't really say anything negative. It's been a great couple of years that we've been working together, and it's just fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you, the fact that you guys are here has helped grow it, really. I mean, Varsity Media's been a good partner with us now for the last couple of years. That brings this game to a much broader audience.
The level of detail and that you go to, I mean, obviously the announcers, the camera angles, the slow motions, I mean, you feel like it's being covered by, ESPN.
If you'd like to book with Varsity Media, reach out at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net. For all the latest Varsity Media updates, including our game schedules, be sure to follow us on social media at Varsity Media, the home for New York high school sports.
This is Jalen Brunson. You're watching Varsity Media.
He's got room to go. Merrill towards the end zone. Lost his lid. Touchdown!
JJ Damo, face on, stay on athlete. Controlling the face-off X3 in a row now.
Keep Varsity Media's broadcasts free on YouTube by considering an advertising sponsorship. Our coverage of local games helps local businesses get visibility in the community. To learn more about our sponsorship packages and rates, email ben@varsitymedia.net.
Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for upcoming schedules and content, and on social media at Varsity Media.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athletes' key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression. with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
And it's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age.
Our follower base across social media is 75,000 strong,
and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. For the latest news in high school sports, be sure to check out varsitymedia.net or follow us on social media at Varsity Media.
What's up? It's Sean Lights Out Merriman, former Charger and Bill, and you're watching Varsity Media.
Hey parents, coaches, and players. Ever wonder what makes Varsity Media stand out as the tri-state leader in sports live streaming and videography?
If you're looking to optimize your sporting event, look no further than Varsity Media's coverage. Since working with them over the course of the past 4 years through the Elite 5 New York City Football Showcase, their coverage has helped take us to the top.
Varsity Media does an unbelievable job in terms of the broadcast, backgrounds on kids, do a great job of exposure from top to bottom. I couldn't really say anything negative. It's been a great couple of years that we've been working together, and it's just fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you, the fact that you guys are here has helped grow it, really. I mean, Varsity Media's been a good partner with us now for the last couple of years. That brings this game to a much broader audience.
The level of detail and that you go to, I mean, obviously the announcers, the camera angles, the slow motions, I mean, you feel like it's being covered by, ESPN.
If you'd like to book with Varsity Media, reach out at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net. For all the latest Varsity Media updates, including our game schedules, be sure to follow us on social media at Varsity Media, the home for New York high school sports.
This is Jalen Brunson. You're watching Varsity Media.
He's got room to go. Merrill towards the end zone. Lost his lid. Touchdown!
JJ Damo, face on, stay on athlete. Controlling the face-off X 3 in a row now.
keep Varsity Media's broadcasts free on YouTube by considering an advertising sponsorship. Our coverage of local games helps local businesses get visibility in the community. To learn more about our sponsorship packages and rates, email ben@varsitymedia.net.
We are back here at Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York, the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase of the Varsity Media Sports Network as they are nearing the beginning of Session 2. They broke for a little bit after a few coaches addressed the players, and we were told in the break that there are 309 participants in today's showcase. That is a new record, a new high in the 7 years that they have run this. So it's another example of how far this event has come along. Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you here. The wind picking up a little bit, and we are expecting rain as we get into the heart of the afternoon here in New York City. So those will be two things to monitor, but the beauty of football is they play rain, sun, shine, you name it. It makes no difference. And we saw some quality one-on-one matchups, David, at the tail end of session number 1, and we'll see some different position groups get in the mix here in session number 2.
Well, things have gotten a little heavier here. Not in terms of the weight of the moment, but the weight of the players. We have transitioned to the offensive and defensive linemen. We have some running backs, tight ends, and some underclassmen QBs as well, who will especially help out with the one-on-ones. But things picking up here. It was great to see all 300-plus participants gather around some coaches and some college coaches that were here to specifically address the crowd, and getting ahead of schedule here as we transition into our afternoon session.
So we see the players still warming up, gearing up for session number 2, and David was mentioning it's getting a little bit heavier. Well, you can see based on the optics that we're going to see play in the trenches, offensive linemen and defensive linemen who will be taking the field, showcasing their athleticism as college programs always in need of players that can win the battle inside and help on both sides of the field. And this is not just about, once again, the sexiness or the flashiness of the wide receivers, the quarterbacks, and the running backs, but also the players that do the dirty work that doesn't necessarily always show up in the box score. And this is where a showcase like this enables them to put their fundamentals on full display. As you see, they're working right now on hand placement and being in the right position for leverage from an offensive line and a defensive line standpoint. So this is going to be, I'm sure, very intriguing, David, for coaches to get their hands on these big fellas who could do wonders at the next level.
Yeah, not only is this an opportunity to showcase yourself, but it also is to learn, to pick up some pointers, to pick up some new techniques, and also to learn from folks that might have gone through this Elite 5 camp, but certainly have had success at the next level. And so it's an opportunity for kids, not only for student athletes to show their skills in front of college coaches, and that number, Pat Godfrey told us, over 20, and that's something that he enthusiastically told us and was super proud about, but also the opportunity to pick something up, especially in the offseason as they gear up for the fall in a couple of months.
So we will step aside. We've got some interviews on the horizon in the beginning of session 2 here at the Elite 5 Showcase in Brooklyn, New York on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athlete's key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now.
And we are back here in Brooklyn, New York, Abraham Lincoln High School, the site of the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. Slowly inching our way to the start of session number 2 with the offensive linemen and defensive linemen taking the field. And there have been so many players that have come through this event and also about you. And we are now joined by a very special guest, a man that suited up for Stanford and Purdue, former cornerback, Salim Turner Muhammad. Salim, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Well, you of all individuals can relate to what About You is about, what the Elite 5 Showcase is, and how important it is to give New York City local prospects exposure so that they can then take their talents to the next level. Why is an event like this, A, so unique and so critical to help that cause?
I mean, it is extremely critical just giving these guys exposure, and it's been such a beautiful thing to watch and also be a part of, because growing up, it wasn't exactly, in this structure. Like, it wasn't this structured. It wasn't a lot of this going on where, these New York City kids had access to this type of competition, this type of coaching, this type of training, optionality, where to go to school. It's been beautiful. Growing up, New York was known, it's still a little bit known as a basketball state, but we're definitely changing that, and football is a lot more options too. Like, you think about how hard it is to get recruited for basketball. It's a lot easier to get recruited for football, especially if you have the size, the athleticism. A lot of these kids have a lot of athleticism running around, as young kids and having fun, and that translates into real athleticism if there's structure to it. And, we have programs like About You now, which we didn't have when I was younger, and it's been extremely paramount for, my ability, the ability that I've been able to grow into, and a lot of kids that I grew up with, like some of my best friends, like Sanusi Kane, Ethan Robinson. They're both in the NFL right now. Both came through the About You program and really saw a lot of growth in that program. And I believe having these type of programs in New York City is really, really paramount for changing a lot of young kids' lives.
We know the end result in some ways. You became a Cardinal and then a Boilermaker. Absolutely, but take us through a little bit more of your journey, because it wasn't so long ago that we might have seen you on the field here as part of the showcase.
Yeah, so my journey personally, I was in, so like I said, when I was younger, it wasn't as structured and it wasn't as easy, because of the programs that we have now to get recruited. So I started off at St. Francis Prep, and then I went to Poly Prep, and then I took an untraditional route and went to boarding school. But when I would come back from boarding school, I will always rely on About You because I was one of the first trainee groups of About You, and that group, like I said, included Sanusi Kane, who's in the NFL right now, and that was extremely I can't emphasize enough how much it meant to come back home from school and have a place to go to where I can work out, study for SATs, study for there's an emphasis on not only having athletic ability. There's training programs at the facilities, right? There's Coach Alex Combs. He has a very, very good training program, but also there's a training educational program as well. So they're training you for SAT prep, and it's giving you that opportunity to maximize your abilities on the field as well as off the field. And a lot of these kids, they need that. I think that's very, just having that type of structure and being around guys that are on the same journey and the same path as you is extremely, extremely great. And it's a little community. You start building a family, and I still talk to these guys every day to this day. They're some of my best friends, and keep each other on the right path. Because there's a lot of situations, especially in New York City, there's a lot of distractions. But being able to have a community, a tribe where you can stay on the right path is really great. So programs like About You and what we're doing here at Elite 5, giving these kids, I talked to 7 different college coaches, and I just appreciated them. I appreciate them for coming out to an event like this and having Elite 5 throw this event, About You also being a part of it, and giving these kids another option, another opportunity to show their talents, everything that they've been working on, everything that they've been training for, and putting it on display out here to have a chance to get recruited, which is really hard, extremely hard. But if you put that work in, and that's where your mind is every day, and you're putting your efforts towards that, the sky's the limit. You definitely can get recruited. So
it's interesting to hear you reflect on the way that I would interpret it is you had resources and you had a network that was built around About You that went silly well beyond football.
Absolutely.
That it wasn't just about X's and O's. It really was about the development into manhood.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put those words in your mouth.
No, you said it perfectly.
That's what it seems, and that combined with the athletics enabled you to forge a pathway to what you eventually were able to create.
Exactly. Football is the commonality, right? Football is something that we can all relate to, something that we can aspire to. But on that journey, we're learning so many values that are extremely paramount in life. I don't currently play football now, but I'm in a place right now that football and having a community, having that network, all pushed me to, I wouldn't have the job that I have right now if I didn't have the network that I gained through football connections. And so football is the commonality that we have where we can all relate to, but that extends and branches off into so many different, aspects in life that we can all, just grow into. So, yeah, I think you put it perfectly. Football is the commonality, but then we have it expands into the network, expands into, you learn so many lessons, and that lessons carries and stays with you throughout life.
What motivates you to be here today?
The same thing that motivates, that I just love being around guys that want to better themselves. I love being around guys that love the sport. I love being around guys that like I said, football is a commonality, but what it really is the hard work, having the drive, being intentional with your everyday movements, what you're doing every day. It's the intentionality behind it, and knowing that you're determined to make something out of yourself, whether it's football or something outside of it. I love being around people that want to better themselves, and I believe that I've met so many kids out here who are competing very well and competing to earn a spot. But at the end of the day, that's the nearsighted goal. Long term, they don't understand the values that they're getting. They may not understand that right now, but it carries and it stays along with them. And I just want to continue to push that forward.
You mentioned that you love the competition. If we could take it a step further, Salim, what is important in terms of the approach of all of these athletes today, beyond necessarily going out there running routes and winning one-on-ones, in terms of what even feedback you got that college coaches are looking for in an environment and situation like this?
Right, so they're looking for people who are good individuals at the base, at the core, right? And those are the values that you learn. I'll give you an example, right? I'm out here and kids are saying, yes, coach, yes, sir, thank you for the advice. Those are the type of things that you love to see, and those are the type of things that college coaches love to see, and those are the type of things that's going to take you far in life. You know, just having manners, having an intentionality about how you present yourself. You know, these kids are presenting themselves. I mean, you might not see it every day, but on this field, you see these kids are being extremely polite, kind, and I you know, just kids that aren't playing football. I don't want to go off out on a limb, but a lot of kids that aren't playing football, if they didn't have football in their life, who's to say that they would be as polite and as kind and as respectful as they are, you know? Because it's something that we all they're looking to aspire to, you know, being football players or having football be a propellant in their life, right? And so, you know, they're gonna take it and put as much into it as they can, and that includes everything, you know, as much as how hard they train, how hard they study, and how they treat people.
You kind of touched on it with your most recent answer, the fact that you're here. But I'm curious, given your experience and now giving back to the community in the way that you have, what you would tell your younger self coming through St. Francis Prep and Poly Prep and being here in the city with big football aspirations.
Right. Just enjoy the journey. I mean, I wish I could be that young kid again, you know. And
sign me up for that too.
Yeah. I know we all wish we could
can
go
all
back.
relate, yes.
Yeah, we all could relate to wanting to go back in time and enjoy the youthful aspect of life. But, I mean, just what I would tell myself, the younger version of myself, is literally enjoy the journey and don't take any days off. Like, youth is the greatest thing.
Wasted on the young.
It's wasted on the young and ignorant. They don't know at the time.
Yeah.
They don't know how valuable it is at the time. But every day you can compound the work that you're putting in. And at the end of, you know, once you get our age, I would assume, you know, we're all well into our 20s. But once you get that age, the work is compounding and you get that payout, right? But it all compounds starting from a young age, and having intentionality behind your every movement will definitely compound. And whatever it is that you put it in life, whether it's wanting to be a professional athlete, whether it's wanting to get into a Division I program, whether it's wanting to get into an Ivy level, you know, academic institution through football, like I said, it all compounds. And the earlier you start, the better. So if you're listening to this right now, start now. Don't start right now. Like, sign up for an About You organization, training program, or whether it's one around you or not, or whether the next Elite 5 showcase, come out. There's a lot of talent out here. There's a lot of college coaches out here, and if you're being intentional, start now.
Because of the networking and the resources, of course, as we're talking to Salim Turner Muhammad, former corner, Stanford at Purdue. And I want to delve a little bit into your collegiate experience, because you were talking about the foundation that was built in high school. But as you can attest to, Salim, it's a big jump, right? From an academic standpoint, as well as, of course, from an athletic prowess standpoint. What was the biggest adjustment? You know, you talked about an Ivy caliber institution. Stanford, you know, is right in that ballpark, and how that challenged you both on and off the field.
Yeah. What was the question exactly?
Yeah, sure. I know. I threw a lot at you. You know, in terms of the caliber of the institution that you wound up going to, such as Stanford. I'll even throw in Purdue as well.
Yeah.
What was the biggest adjustment that you had to make from both an on and off the field side of the equation?
Yeah, so when I was in high school, the amount of work that I put into football it didn't necessarily translate into the amount of work that I had to put into academics because, I mean, as long as you listen in class and as long as you maybe seek help, you will succeed in class. Your grades will reflect that. So once you get into an academic institution like Stanford, the competition just ramps up, right? So when you're in high school, you're competing against some people who may not have high aspirations, some people who may not want to be much in life, who are just in school because they have to be. Their parents say, oh, you have to be in school. But once you get into an academic institution like Stanford or a lot of colleges and institutions that are out here right now, that competition ramps up because it's not just you're competing in football, you're competing in every aspect of life. Every class that you take, every academic pursuit that you're taking, you have to compete against people who are in your exact position in those classes or at that institution. And these people have nothing else. Well, I don't want to say they're not doing anything else, but their main priority is succeeding in their academic. Whereas you kind of have to have a 50-50 split as a student athlete at these institutions. So you have to find that balance, and that's why, again, I always state, having programs, in your youth where they start that balance, you can compound the balance that you've been, being taught. You could compound that. It becomes that much easier once you're at an institution like Stanford where, I'll just say right now, we're the best institution academically and, athletically. It's not just my words, these are the facts. So, but yeah.
Gotta show the school pride
Gotta show the school pride.
Although he is wearing Purdue sweatpants.
Yeah,
so I don't know. We may question your alliance there.
Yeah, man. I have a lot of pride for both of my alma maters.
Okay. All right. Absolutely. Cardinal and Boilermakers, you're balancing them accordingly.
Absolutely, yeah.
We're watching the kids kind of go through their skill groups and the individual drills. What would you tell somebody in terms of the coaching, the reps, the eyes from college coaches to really focus on as they go through this portion of their session?
Well, I would tell the participants to focus on their technique. Become a technician. You think of the greats, think of the Kobes, think of the Jordans, the Bradys. You think of the LeBrons. You think of the greats. Even the Floyd Mayweathers. We could take it to any sport. Yep. They were all technicians. They were all revolutionary in whatever it was that they excelled at, but they were technicians at perfecting it. And I tell these kids when I was coaching the DBs earlier, you could have any amount of athletic ability. Yeah, you could get by with your athletic ability in high school if you're more athletic than everyone else. Once you step foot into college, it's an equalizer. Once everyone else is as athletic as you, what's gonna separate you? And that's being a technician. I went against guys like Caleb Williams, Michael Penix. I went against guys like Jordan Addison. I went against guys like Rome Odunze. They're all I was a very good athlete myself, but what separated me, from those guys and why I was able to perform well in those situations was because I took it upon myself to become a technician and know that when I was preparing that week, I had to make sure that my technique had to be on point. And so I tell them, have that intent, be intentional with your technique now. Because then it's in your mind. If you think about it in every single rep, even if it's in a drill, even if you're in your backyard, just taking steps, having breaks, or doing breaks as a corner, even if you're in your backyard, be intentional with your every movement. Because when you're outside and there's bright lights and there's 70,000 fans cheering for Michael Penix to throw a touchdown to Rome Odunze, you want to be a technician. You want to have that at the forefront of your brain and not be, shocked and not be well prepared.
And especially if you're a cornerback like yourself and you're out on an island.
Yeah.
I mean, let's review. You named pretty much the entire NFC North that you went up against between Williams and Odunze with the Bears, Addison's on the Vikings, and Penix, of course, with the Atlanta Falcons. But, that's premier competition.
Absolutely.
That you ultimately went up against. Do you have a teammate on Stanford or Purdue that taught you a lot or that you loved watching during practice that rubbed off on you at all? I'm curious because you cross paths with the who's who of what has become NFL notable names.
Right, so I would say guys like, listen, all right, so I have a lot of names I could drop, right?
Sure. Hey, name drop.
Just talking about
we're here.
These are my good friends, right? So as a corner, someone I really looked up to coming into Stanford was Paulson Adebo. He's a cornerback for the Giants. Yeah,
absolutely, former Saint.
Yeah. You know, we would love to have that contract that he just signed, but he was someone.
How come he hasn't thrown a little your way?
Oh, I mean, I've seen him a couple times. You know, he's been, he's been generous with his time. You know, it's been nice.
Be generous with his money.
Nah, I would never ask him for that. You know, I really love the time that I spent with him. You know, because from when I was a freshman, he took me under his wing and we would do like little competitive things. That he's very competitive. You know, I'm very competitive, and I was I think 2 or 3 years younger than him, and so I just wanted to prove myself. He was already an all Pac-12. I think he was second team All-American or something like that by then already at that time. So I just wanted to prove that he was someone that I could hang with, and just he took me along, and just like guys here at this camp, wanted to pay it forward. I was a young guy. He didn't have to take me under his wing and teach me what he knew. But some of the things that I taught the young guys today, I learned directly from him. So Paulson Adebo was one. Actually, a kid that just got drafted the first round by the Bears, Dylan Thieneman. He was younger than me, but he taught me so much at Purdue. He might be one of the best players I ever played with. He taught me so much. Just his attitude every day was, how can I get better today? He's extremely competitive with everything he did. Like everything, he wanted to be number one. He wanted to win everything, and everything he did, like I said, was intentional. So every break in practice, he was running full speed, working on his angles to the ball.
His approach.
His approach to everything was just so. I've never seen anything like it, So he's another one. You got guys who are outside of my position group, like Tyrone Tracy's, which is like wonderful people to be with. You got like the Dion Burks, who's actually just he was just at Oklahoma, but he taught me like his approach to nutrition. I mean, he ate every single day. It was the craziest thing ever. 3 times a day, he ate chicken and rice from Chipotle. Nothing else. He didn't put beans on it. He didn't put cheese, no sour cream. He didn't put lettuce. He didn't put anything in the plate except for chicken and rice. And I'll challenge you to look up this guy's physique. He was doing something right. So I mean, even him, him in that approach. Guys like Sanusi Kane, who's playing currently for the Titans, who's my roommate at Purdue. I grew up with him. I mean, I've known him since I was 13, 14 years old. He was coming through About You, and he's another guy. His approach to, his mindset, like borderline, like his confidence was just out of this world. His confidence was out of this world, and that's something that you have to train. You're not. Everyone isn't born with confidence, but why do you get confident? Because of all that work that you put in, all that time that you put in perfecting your craft. Now you have every right to be confident because you know that whatever it is that you think you can do, you can go out and do it because you've worked so hard at it. And he's another guy. There's so many other guys I can name. Guys from when I was at Stanford. Kyle Bukele, he's on the Raiders. Like so many other guys I can name. But yeah, man, it's been a blessing to have these people around me in the moments of my life, and then me be a part of their life and their journey. And yeah, man, like football is a great melting pot of bringing everybody together. And yeah, I really appreciate what this game has done, and I appreciate wanting to continue to pay it forward.
We're here to talk football, but you earned an economics degree from Stanford, master's in business administration, I believe, from Purdue.
Yes, sir.
And we're talking about an Elite Five. We're talking about you. We're talking about how football can better the opportunities for these kids as a means for an education. So with all of that, taking your football journey, your academic journey, what are you up to now?
Oh, right now I work at a leverage finance, high yield credit buy shop. It's a buy side shop, so it's like essentially like a hedge fund, but they don't like to call it. They're a wealth management firm. $40 billion assets under management. It's a grind, but a lot of the things that I do, I've learned, during my time with football. And
You've already done 5 a.m. lifts and everything.
Yeah. Like, I've done the 5 a.m. lift, so coming into work and getting there at 6:30, 6:45 that's early. That's not as early. It's late for me,
Sure.
Other people might think is early for them, but it's late for me. So, it's football has definitely prepared me for all of that and continuing, to my professional journey forward.
Well, structure is what it relates to.
Oh, I appreciate you sharing that because these kids should have the aspirations to make the NFL, but not everybody out on this field will. And to have an example like yourself that succeeded at the highest level collegiately, but is now making a life for yourself based off of football, I think is a great example for these kids out there.
Absolutely. I mean, I tell these kids I take care of my family right now. I have a lot of people that rely on me, and it's not hurting me financially because I put myself in a position where, when I was going through college, playing football, I could have made it. I had the talent to make it. But you never know what can happen. I got injured. I had 4 season-ending injuries while in college, right? So my decision to pick a school not only based off of football, but what I could accomplish outside of football, both academically and athletically, but academically as well, going to Stanford, getting my MBA from Purdue, that was paramount in being in the position I am now, where I can take care of my family. My mom, she doesn't have to worry about anything anymore, and I think that's a goal for a lot of these kids. You want to be in a position where you could do anything you want, take care of anything you want, take care of the people that you want, and live life comfortably. That's what they believe football is the only thing. Like some may believe football may be the only way to achieve that, but it's not. And I'm a living testament of that, and that's why I always stress, taking care of your academics and being a savant in all areas of life.
Well, kudos to you, Salim, for doing that. I mean, it's really refreshing to hear. As somebody that also takes pride on the academic side, I don't think enough realize that you need to focus and take advantage of the resources, to your point, even if football has created the pathway, because to David's point, and you are a living testament, you don't know how long you're going to have the privilege to play football. We know it's a short-lived career just because of the physicality, but you prioritize the academics and set yourself up very nicely. So congratulations on that front.
I appreciate that.
And kudos to you. I'm going to jump back to football since we're circling into that area based on this event. I'm curious because you mentioned Paulson Adebo. Another Stanford Giant tie-in is Bobby Okereke. I know he was a little bit ahead.
He's
I'm curious whether or not you may have had any interactions with him at all.
I don't.
From alumni. Okay.
I haven't. I've met him. He's
sure.
Like again, coming back on campus and wanting to give a little nuggets here and there to the youth, but no direct, relation with him.
Well, I'm keeping track at home, or at least mentally. Tyrone Tracy, Paulson Adebo. I mean, you got a good percentage of the Giants roster,
absolutely,
at least at your disposal, even though Okereke's not there anymore. So you're still finding way, and I think it's another great example of, to your point, you created all these relationships, and now individuals go on to play in the NFL, or to your point, have careers on Wall Street and everything else. Yet all of that centers around football. It all comes back to that and the foundation that was built through About You, and that's why we're here in terms of preaching what it could do now for the future generation.
Yeah, it could do wonders for your life. It could do wonders for your life. I believe, I'm a firm believer in, a lot of people outside of football, want to have a job, work on Wall Street. A lot of people aspire to work on Wall Street because it could do wonders for you financially, right? But a lot of these Wall Street firms, they want former athletes because of those ideals that I've formerly stated, such as the work ethic, the determination, the drive, not being afraid to go all in, the work that you put in, knowing that it's going to pay out someday. And a lot of these, like I talked to maybe, I want to say there's probably 10 of these coaches work in finance and on Wall Street right now, you know. And why? Because we're former athletes and we understand what it takes.
That mindset.
That mindset, absolutely. That mindset is you know, you don't get that mindset in many other areas of life outside of athletics and the ideals that it's able to teach you.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure to have you here in the broadcast booth. Salim Turner Muhammad, former Stanford, Purdue corner. He can speak volumes about what About You can do for the local prospects as well as the Elite Five. Thanks so much for stopping by, and best of luck moving forward.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Salim.
Absolutely. Some great insight from Salim. We are going to step aside. Some more interviews coming up. Full coverage of the Elite Five Showcase here in Brooklyn, New York on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athlete's key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
And it's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age.
Our follower base across social media is 75,000 strong,
and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
Abraham Lincoln High School here in Brooklyn, New York, as we are well underway into session number 2 of the Elite Five Showcase. New York City prospects from high schools across the board. 309 total participants taking part in this event with college scouts on hand, drill work, one-on-one, hearing from the coaches, going through the fundamentals, exposed to a little bit of everything surrounding the game. And if players are still in the hunt to play on the next level, this is a great opportunity for them to showcase their talent in front of their peers as well as the decision makers. And we are here to bring you the ins and outs of this event. Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you here. We've had some great conversations with some former participants as well as 2 high school coaches, specifically Sean O'Connor, as well as Danny Landberg of Erasmus. O'Connor, the head man here at Lincoln. So speaking of coaches, these are some of the coaches that are taking part in this event and focusing on individual position groups. We see the quarterbacks as well as the wide receivers. You got a pair of former Syracuse players in the mix there, as well as Clemson, given Pat Godfrey's ties. Houston at the top. Sofyan Massoud has got a very interesting story. He was at 3 different college programs. He is a New York City native. He then went to play in Texas, so he's been exposed to high school athletics on both sides of the equation, and this is the benefit of taking part in the Elite 5 Showcase. So these are the defensive coaches. You see DBs and defensive line, and once again, a well-diverse group. 2 former Penn players, another Syracuse player in the mix, Penn State represented, as well as Vanderbilt. We just spoke with Salim Turner Muhammad, representing Stanford and Purdue. George Lanisi, who is one of the founders of the Elite 5, product of Albany. Here are the linebacker coaches. Matt Dengler from Fordham, John Sullivan at West Point, Penn, Georgetown, and Clemson represented as well. So you talk about diversity on the football field. Well, there's also diversity within the coaching staff. And here's the thing, David, you may not get an offer from a program that is represented here today, but as we're having these conversations with coaches and players, it seems large, it seems huge, but it really is a tiny community where a lot of people overlap, they know one another, and even if maybe there's no room at one of their programs, they know a coach elsewhere, and that could very well swing the door open for any of these players.
Yeah, it's a wonderful event in that way, and it's a small community. Even speaking with Sean and Danny earlier, that if he's got a guy that, you know, he knows somebody in the league should be recruited, even if it's not a player on his team, he always makes sure to, you know, let the coaches that he has relationships with know about that particular player. And for a lot of these guys, especially since they're going into their junior or senior year, this could be the launching pad for their final season in high school. This is the start, perhaps, of some of their off-season work when they're really starting to reach the next gear and the next level of their preparation for college. And, you know, the players are participating right now, but what a valuable lesson it would be for them to listen to Salim's story, to compete at the highest level of college athletics, but also do so at a couple of great academic institutions where, unfortunately for him, his football career does not go past the collegiate level, but he's in a position to live a great life and provide for his family, but also how eager he is to be back here. And there were a lot of moments of our conversation that I thought he was animated and really into our questioning. But the thing that really got him the most excited was when he talked about coming back and being around other people that have aspirations and want to push themselves and become tacticians, as he calls it. And so what we're really starting to understand here, Lance, just a couple hours into this day, is the type of football community that they're really hoping to cultivate and build here in New York City.
It is a great environment here in Brooklyn, New York for the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. We will step aside. More great guests coming up on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
This is Jalen Brunson. You're watching Varsity Media.
He's got room to go. Merrill towards the end zone. Lost his lid. Touchdown!
JJ Damo, face on, stay on athlete. Controlling the face-off X 3 in a row now.
And we are back here in Brooklyn, New York, Abraham Lincoln High School, the Coney Island section of the BK for the 7th annual Elite 5 showcase as we see the players continuing to work out in the midst of session number 2. Lance Meadow, David Resnick with you, and we are now bringing in another special guest joining us here in the broadcast booth, none other than Jeff Baxter of Uplifting Athletes, upliftingathletes.org, and he is Team Uplifting Athletes Manager. And I love the title, Jeff, because we could really go deep into that alone, but this is what this event is tied into. It's about uplifting athletes and opening doors and opportunities. So let's start off with the basics. How exactly do you and your organization fit into this equation?
Sure. So we're a national organization that works with student athletes across the country, high school, college, even post-college, where athletes can pledge their on and off field activities to support the rare disease community in 3 ways: today, tomorrow, and the future. So today we work with athletes and teams to connect them up with rare disease families across the country, special game day visits, practices, building a team around that personal touch there. For tomorrow, we raise funds to and direct them towards grants that go towards treatments and solutions for the rare disease that the families are battling. We actually have a really cool event at Lincoln Financial Field every year. It's going on its 10th year this year. We base it off the NFL draft, but instead of drafting players, we're drafting researchers. So the money we raise across the country, actually, we get a researcher gets drafted, they get a jersey, they go up on stage, and they put that money to work to kind of like seed funding for their projects to get more money down the road after they get clinical trials for the situations that they're researching for. And then we also provide future leadership development for these student athletes. So a lot of times we'll work with a full team or a whole athletic department, and a couple athletes will step up to be the leaders, rallying their community, and we'll actually put forth some leadership development for those individuals throughout the year. It's really cool. I mean, rare disease, there's 30 million Americans affected by rare disease in the country, and these families are just looking for a teammate. They're looking for an opportunity, just like these guys are out looking for an opportunity today. But Team UA is really cool. We do a couple different things to integrate our programming into the schools. It's either a Lift for Life, which is our signature event, where you basically pledge like your bench or your max squat or deadlift. Some schools do like fitness challenges like 5Ks. We also have a really cool program where athletes can pledge their performance on the field. So if they're an impact player, let's say a quarterback or a kicker, their entire season they could pledge their touchdowns and utilize that pledge for community service hours and showing their work in the community. And what college coach wouldn't want somebody that's doing great things in their community? Shows the holistic student athlete.
How have you seen current players benefit from a partnership with UA?
Yeah, so current players, a lot of times it allows them to stretch a muscle or use a muscle that they're not used to using, right? They could be the captain of their team, but it's a great way for them to kind of mobilize a community, whether it's their teammates, their classmates. It gets them opportunities to show their organizational skills, how to market things. I mean, these guys are naturally native to marketing themselves, but at the end of the day, marketing something that is helping the community is what we're all about. And we heard from the coach of PACE this morning about what kind of individual you are outside of the lines of the football field, and it's a great way for them to highlight their efforts outside of football.
Jeff, related to what you're talking about in terms of showing themselves as well-rounded individuals, which is exactly, I think, what your organization helps promote. How much do college coaches reach out to you and your colleagues to learn more about a player, especially who has taken a hands-on approach to raising funding and awareness to what you're doing?
Believe it or not, we actually might even be already working with their university. We have over 40 chapters across the country.
Wow.
So teams like Maryland, UNC, Notre Dame, Northwestern, Illinois, Penn State, a lot of these teams are actually doing active Lift for Lifes on their own campus with their own guys. So like all of a sudden they're looking at their player resume, and not only do they hopefully the student athlete has what they do on in the field, and they're off the field, they say they're involved with uplifting athletes. That might strike a chord with a coach, like either what is uplifting athletes, or like, man, we're already involved with them. That's a great cause. So that's one great thing about going into the high school ranks, is being able to build that leadership opportunity for that student athlete. It might just get them noticed by a coach. It might be able to, it's a differentiator, right? Sometimes when I was just talking to a coach in the tent before we came in here, and he was telling me about a student athlete that's trying to get into Harvard, right? Like all of a sudden that student athlete has a little bit extra on his resume for community service that might get him in the door at a school like Harvard, you know?
Sure.
So it's a great way for these student athletes to kind of show what kind of holistic person they are out in the community.
Coming out to this event today, are you targeting a message to high school kids or their coaches? How are you trying to expand your reach by coming out here today to Lincoln?
In multiple areas. It's, like Pat, Pat Godfrey, who's managing the event. Several of the guys out in the field today were all chapters of their presidents and chapter presidents of their university at Penn, Clemson. And so what we're trying to do is just enlighten these kids and these coaches of the opportunities out there to broaden their horizons and get involved in the community efforts. They might just not think of the importance of it. But then when you hear a college coach stand in front of them today preaching about it's how you show up for your teammates and what kind of man you're going to be becoming, like this is an opportunity for them to like show that off in a good way. So we're like, we're out here on the 50-yard line. When the players come off the field, they can come learn a little bit more about uplifting athletes and how they can get involved. And it's really cool to hear their stories of what they're already doing in the community. I heard one student tell me about an effort they do with the youth in their school, and you kept asking me, how can I tie it to the event that we already have going on in my community, which is cool.
Is there a football career that you would like to relive on these airwaves?
Well, actually, I was a high school football player, but I was a Division I lacrosse player. I was pretty much an undersized wide receiver, but I live in Philadelphia, and the town I live in is really high profile in lacrosse. And I was able to play Division I lacrosse at St. Joe's University in Philadelphia. And, I had a really great career at St. Joe's, and I became a high school, eventually a college coach. And but I've been able to utilize my athletic abilities, but also got involved in philanthropy. When I was in college, I lost a parent to cancer, and I've worked with a bunch of different organizations. But all in all, it was always working with college and high school student athletes to do this kind of work. And it's kind of like a core value of mine to be able to be a community builder. But yeah, my high school days of being a wide receiver, I was a slot receiver. So if you guys know
around these part of slot receivers called a Long Island midfielder.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was a crease attackman in lacrosse, so it was a very transferable skill, being able to catch a ball in the middle of getting your
tight spaces.
Yeah. So I'm glad you guys know a little bit about lacrosse, so I can tell you.
Yeah, well, we broadcast plenty of lacrosse games here on the Varsity Media Sports Network, and it is lacrosse season. So
yeah, and
it's
believe
nice
it or
to hear
not,
from
like
you there.
we don't just work in football. We have student athletes all over the country, different sports, doing this. So if there's any athletes out there that even dual athletes that are watching this because of the football, but they play baseball or they play lacrosse or basketball, we work with students across the country in all different aspects of sport.
The other thing, just listening to you talk about the power of the organization, the term that comes to mind is relationships, Jeff. And what I mean by that is you spoke eloquently about rare diseases and how this has built a rapport between athletes and families that are going through challenges. How much have you seen relationships develop between athletes, whether they're high school, college players, and then they continue that relationship even beyond their athletic careers, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we consistently hear from our college student athletes that get the opportunity to do the Uplifting Experience program is we bring families to their practice or their games, and they just like that, what you're talking about, they build a relationship with those families. Next thing you know, they're like going back to, they're inviting them to other teams' practices and other teams' games because they enjoy the company of the players so much. They beyond the sport, beyond college, they end up becoming connected to these people, especially with social media these days.
Yep.
They stay connected. I mean, one highlight of a guy that I'm going to use is J.D. Bertrand, played for Notre Dame and now is at the Falcons. He was the chapter leader at Notre Dame. And now J.D. brings families to Notre Dame practices and takes them into the locker room. And these are families he worked with while he was in college, And so it's really cool to see an athlete build that relationship, but it also develops empathy for that family, right? And then they realize, like, it checks off something in the athlete's mind, like how powerful that platform is that they have to be able to tell that family's story and how they can help.
I think we've seen it be proliferated a little bit in terms of teams like adopting a player or family. And I think from the outside, you could understand how uplifting that is for the child that's going through a hardship to be connected to a program and athletes and big brothers or big sisters to look up to. But it's always interesting then to hear the athlete perspective talk about the impact that family or child with a rare disease might have on their outlook and how they think about the great position and the privilege that they're in.
You know what it is? It's a lot of times it's about resiliency, right? Until you meet somebody that's going through something like that, you might not really know the true meaning of resiliency. And so, like, a guy might get, tweaked out on the field with an ankle injury or a knee injury, and it might just build a muscle of them, like, hey, if Johnny can go through that I know through uplifting athletes, there's no doubt that I can come back from this injury, right? And so I know my own personal experience with illness in my family is like that resiliency piece is what you see all the time with these families, especially with the rare disease community. A lot of times these families are alone. They don't have the answers that they need. They don't have the proper treatments just because there isn't enough funding put forth through their situation. A lot of times they might be being treated for something that's totally not what they have, just because the doctors think it is this, but it's that. You know what I mean?
Sure. But to your point, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jeff, if you're continuing. The resiliency factor, though, that's a term that we often use in sports, right? Athletes have to be resilient or have to deal with adversity, which would be another way. So I think from what you're describing, it is somewhat of, and you never want these families to have to go through this, but I guess it's an ideal combination in terms of athletes relating to that back against the wall mentality and having to showcase strength and pride to get through these challenges.
Correct. And bring it back to this showcase today. Like Pat in the very beginning in the morning talked about opportunity, right? These guys are clamoring for an opportunity to get to the next level, while our families are clamoring for that opportunity to figure out what's going on in their life, right? Like what's going on in their treatment. And sometimes they just want to feel like they're part of the team. And so, like, when you tie them to a team, and athletes get the confidence that you see in these individuals that get connected with these college and high school athletes is really cool.
This might be an unfair question, so I'll preface it with that. Is there one particular medical breakthrough or medical side of this, as your hashtag, as we tackle rare, that you're most proud of, or that that you're able to directly relate the funds that you've been able to raise to some type of really important medical outcome?
Yeah, the one comes to mind when I first started with uplifting athletes is a story of Dr. David Fagelbaum. He was a quarterback at Georgetown, and he had lost a parent to I believe glioblastoma, which is a very tough brain cancer, and he lost his mother, and he promised his mother pretty much on her deathbed, like, I'm going to become a doctor and I'm going to find ways to help families battling cancer. So Dr. David Fagelbaum became a physician, or was on his way to become a physician at University of Penn, and he came from Georgetown. He's on the verge of becoming a doctor, and he gets diagnosed with this rare disease, Castleman's disease, which basically his immune system was attacking his organs. Right?
Wow.
There was no answers for it. He actually, as he's like getting sick, goes in and finds essentially the cure, not so much the cure, but like the direction and the protocol, which has kept him in remission for the rest of his life. Now he's actually started and he was one of our initial grantees from our young investigator draft that I talked about earlier. He has now started an organization called Every Cure, and using AI and machine learning to identify medications that were used for other things to battle the rare diseases that are out there. There's 10,000 known rare diseases. There's 14,000 known medications. So you think about some of these medications that are out there that were originally used for this are now used for a different function. He's identifying medications that can help situations that we didn't even think about we needed to use it for. And so David's an example of an early on investigator that got a grant that now is getting, he's a world-renowned physician at University of Penn. So that's a big win.
Yeah,
he's got his own TED Talk. He's been on countless blogs and vlogs out there on YouTube. You check his story out. It's amazing.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, that's a heck of a story.
There's a former student athlete for you.
100%. Well, I was going to say it's a story that comes full circle
right.
in terms of his personal life impacting now his professional life, and then him himself having to deal with a disease that is quite the perspective that really sells what your organization is all about in terms of uplifting athletes. I want to circle back to a little bit of a lighter note, Jeff, before we let you go, and fascinated by this researcher draft. I love the premise. I think it's interesting. It's energizing. It ties into sports. How competitive does it get? Is there a clock? I mean,
does the commissioner get booed?
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Believe it or not, like Dr. David is like the Mel Kiper of the
really?
draft.
So he provides analysis.
He basically he provides the analysis on like why this researcher was picked. I mean, there's 10 a year. At this current stage, we're giving $200,000 out that night on an annual event. We do it at Lincoln Financial Field where the Eagles play. And it's literally got a stage. I mean, it looks like the NFL draft.
Sure.
It's really cool. Yeah. The researcher gets a jersey. They get a picture. But the key thing here is since 2018, we've distributed $1.4 million to 75 researchers. Now, those 75 researchers have turned that initial investment into $200 million worth of continued investment into their research grants. Some of them got in clinical trials. So it's basically like seed funding for early on in researchers in their career, getting them started on the right foot, just like the athletes that get drafted in the NFL. And it's something that's super unique in the industry of what we do. And we have a leadership development conference the same weekend. We bring over 150 student athletes that are chapter leaders at their college. They come and they actually attend the event, and a lot of them are the ones that are giving out the jersey and the grants and on stage announcing. So it's a good way for them to see like where all their efforts have gone, raising the money throughout the year, and then they get to see the fruits of their labor.
Everything ties in nicely. Is there a Todd McShade off balance Mel Kiper Jr., or you just leave it with one analyst is enough?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's on our. You actually can see a recording of the last couple of years on our YouTube channel at Uplifting Athletes. If you're curious about what it looks like, but we do a really good job of like doing the vignettes of the researcher. They got a football and they're like, they
poses
and
so
they come
forth.
out of the dark and they're like everybody
awesome.
cheers them out. And so
sure.
it's a really cool initiative, and we're actually entering our 10th year with that event. We've been through, talk about resiliency. We've been, as a nonprofit, we've been through the COVID situation, came back stronger, but thanks to the athletes that support our cause, the coaches, the athletic departments, the organizations, the families that support their athletes and the donations, we couldn't do it without them.
Well, Jeff, it was a pleasure having you here. Really, thank you
so much.
Thanks.
And thank you to your organization for all you do. A really impressive story, and I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Yeah, and for anybody out there that wants to get more information, you go to upliftingathletes.org online or Uplifting Athletes on Instagram. You can see all the good work that we're doing currently on campus with families and with teams out all over the country. And I'm here. I run the program Team UA, which is for the high school contingent.
Sure.
But I'm here to help any team or athlete that wants to get involved and maximize their effort.
Well, he is Jeff Baxter, Team Uplifting Athletes Manager, with us here on the Varsity Media Sports Network. More coming up from the Elite 5 Showcase in Brooklyn, New York, right after this.
You're watching the Varsity Media Sports Network, the home for New York high school sports. You've seen the dedication, the long hours, the early mornings, the sacrifice. You know your athlete has what it takes, but how do you make sure the right people see it? The recruiting process isn't easy. Coaches are flooded with highlights, but how do you stand out in the crowd? At Varsity Media, we specialize in creating game-changing ISO videos, high-definition, athlete-focused footage that highlights exactly what college recruiters want to see. With our up-close ISO video, we capture your athlete's key moments. No more wide angles showing other players. This is just your athlete's pure, raw talent. This is more than a video. This is the opportunity your athlete deserves. Give your athlete the edge they need. Make the right impression with Varsity Media's ISO video service. The future starts now. Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
And it's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age.
Our follower base across social media is 75,000 strong,
and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. For the latest news in high school sports, be sure to check out varsitymedia.net or follow us on social media at Varsity Media.
What's up, this is Sean Lights Out Merriman, former Charger and Bill, and you're watching Varsity Media.
Hey parents, coaches, and players. Ever wonder what makes Varsity Media stand out as the tri-state leader in sports live streaming and videography?
If you're looking to optimize your sporting event, look no further than Varsity Media's coverage. Since working with them over the course of the past 4 years through the Elite 5 New York City Football Showcase, their coverage has helped take us to the top.
Varsity Media does an unbelievable job in terms of the broadcast, backgrounds on kids, do a great job in exposure from top to bottom. I couldn't really say anything negative. It's been a great couple of years that we've been working together, and it's just fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you, the fact that you guys are here has helped grow it, really. I mean, Varsity Media's been a good partner with us now for the last couple of years. That brings this game to a much broader audience.
The level of detail and that you go to, I mean, obviously the announcers, the camera angles, the slow motions, I mean, you feel like it's being covered by, ESPN.
If you'd like to book with Varsity Media, reach out at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net. For all the latest Varsity Media updates, including our game schedules, be sure to follow us on social media at Varsity Media, the home for New York high school sports.
Merrill, he's got room to go. Merrill towards the end zone. Lost his lid. Touchdown!
JJ Damo, face on, stay on athlete. Controlling the face-off X 3 in a row now.
We are live here at Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York, the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. You see lineman drills front and center here on the field. And while we are keeping close tabs on all the action here in the broadcast booth, also talking with a variety of great guests. And our latest is the head football coach at Chaminade, Tom Claro. Tom, thanks for coming aboard here.
Oh, thanks for having me. Great to be here. I get to this event every year. Have some kids here this year and every year, and it's just one of the things that we do as coaches is we want to get our kids to achieve their goals both academically and athletically, and this is the major goal, right? The goal to get to play college football, to compete against other great athletes in the tri-state area and in the Metro New York area. And, it's just, there's a point where when the season starts and we get closer to the season, and then it's turn your attention towards winning a championship, and a Catholic League championship, and winning games. But this off season, we get a chance to work and get some drills in and get some, work in, but we also get them exposure to college football coaches. And, we want to place as many of our kids in college. It helps our program. It helps them. That's what's so great about this event.
Well, on the topic of exposure, Tom, let's start there, because David and I were talking earlier about outside of New York, such as a state like Texas, where it's religion, exposure is not a problem. But here in the New York metropolitan area, it's a little bit challenging. And many view New York City as more of a basketball landscape as opposed to a football landscape. So how beneficial is an event like this, maybe changing the course of the dialogue in the local area?
Yeah, we're never going to be those states. We're a different state. We have to deal with weather. We have to deal with some other things. We have to deal with other sports that are, just as big or sometimes bigger in New York. But us as football coaches, we want to make sure that we, again, get our kids the amount of exposure that we can. But things like this, next weekend there'll be Nassau and Suffolk, right, doing their showcases. And we want to promote those. We want to make sure that the sport is promoted from youth all the way through and into college and pro. There's a lot of guys that played in the Catholic League and played in the PSAL and other leagues in New York that are playing on Sundays now. We want to make sure that we highlight those. Success stories are great, not only for the schools but for the game and for the New York football. So.
You're coaching at your alma mater. You're All-American at Holy Cross. You made it to the highest level in the NFL. Thinking about your journey compared to what now the players that you mentor now, how do you kind of compare and contrast maybe that recruiting or that journey landscape compared to when you went through it?
Well, it's very different. I mean, I talk about it a lot. As a coach, again, exposure. You'll keep coming back to that term because we're trying to get our kids exposure. We also make sure I tell them, it's incumbent upon you to get exposure, to reach out. You have to be proactive. In the 90s, when I was playing, it was the opposite. And I'm not saying we sat on our hands, but coaches came to you. There was a cadence, sort of that you get called. And the process was very methodical. It was very slow. And then it culminated with visits and offers, typically in the winter and even sometimes spring of your senior year. That's all been accelerated, clearly. A lot of the schools, the bigger schools have already, they're done with some of their recruiting of like juniors, rising seniors, and they're looking at underclassmen. So what I tell people now, and now I'm going through it as a parent. My son is a junior at Chaminade High School, is going to be a senior next year, and he's here today competing. As a parent and as a coach, I tell these guys, be proactive. Don't ever think that someone's thinking about you. Make sure you get in front of them, whether it's Twitter or X, Instagram, or anything else that you can email, call. Obviously, we have coaches coming now to our practices, and, we have some workouts going on, and it's great, and I tell the kids two things. Number one, be polite. Make sure that, every coach is looking at you not only for what you can do in the field, but also what you can do as a human being. And number two, don't forget, look to your right and your left. Those are your teammates. That's the most important thing. That's the objective here. I want you to play next level, but I also want you to understand, while you're in high school, the objective is to win. College coaches are going to appreciate that. But as far as the process, it's changed a lot, and a lot of time, what I say is that it changes from year to year too. So we got to keep up on it. But exposure, that's the key.
Well, it's interesting, Tom. You brought up the social media component, and, not to date you or us, but clearly that wasn't around when you were being recruited. But in all seriousness, Tom, it's a complete game changer. I mean, coaches can directly message you. Sure. We know there's parts of the calendar with interaction. There's text messaging. How do you as a coach walk that fine line with your players to avoid getting overwhelmed, but at the same point, be proactive, which is what you're preaching?
It's a great question, and I wish I could have a clearer answer for you. The answer in my mind is always be responsive, no matter what. You never know where coaches go. You never know who they are, what they think, and honestly, that's just the way you should be. You should operate in your life. If someone reaches out to you, have the decency and make sure that you always respond. What I do in my own situation with my son is at night, maybe like 2 or 3 nights of the week, we kind of take some time and we go through, some of the coaches that have reached out, some coaches that we want to reach out to. But it's hard. These kids have a lot going on. Schoolwork is the most important. They have to do that. Social, they of course want to have moments where they get to go, out with friends and things that teenagers will do. But yeah, no, it's difficult. And by the way, I just got on X for the first time, not that
Welcome to the dark side, by the way.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I'm of that age where I probably should know more, but but I'm working through it. I do love personal contact. I'm a big believer in, if you could reach out to somebody by phone or, and when they do come and you can see people, please, go up, talk to them, so that people can get a feel. I mean, when you sign on to play college football or really to do anything, a job, you're representing yourself as a human first, and you spend a lot of time off the field, with people and relationships and things of that nature. So I try to teach that, and as a coach and as a teacher, I try to explain that to my kids. That's why I respond. Be polite, look them in the eye, shake their hand, ask questions, and just understand that this process is hard. And I've had a lot of coaches and a lot of parents be frustrated, and all I can tell them is just you got to let the process kind of play out and see what happens. So
piggybacking off of that, when we covered you in the fall, you talked about your son transferring to Chaminade, now kind of more part of the family business, and
Sure.
Now it's transitioning to him as a potential prospect. You mentioned your dual role as coach and parent. How do you maybe counsel some of your fellow parents going through this, what can be a tough process?
Yeah, well, I can tell you now, it'll change a little bit now that I'm going through it, so I understand what sort of they've gone through. A lot of it is just, again, kind of what I just said before, which is, you got to let the process play out. Make sure you're proactive. Make sure you, if you love a school, if you like a coach, even if it's a school that maybe is a reach, I don't care. Reach out to them. The worst that they can tell you is, hey, it's probably not the level that your son can play at, but don't ever be afraid to reach out. And these college coaches, they're also kind of trying to feel it out, just like we're trying to feel it out as high school coaches and parents. So it's important to just understand that, keep it in perspective, and sort of take your time with these decisions and try to get as much information as you can.
Let's stay on the topic of your son, who's an offensive lineman. The reason why I want to focus on that, Tom, is when it comes to individual one-on-ones, everybody turns their attention to the sexiness of a wide receiver against the DB or a running back against a linebacker. But the guys, as you can attest to in the trenches, it's almost a thankless job. But it's also a job that fundamentals comes into play, particularly when it comes to your son. What do you emphasize that he needs to focus on and showcase in an environment like this?
Yeah, compete. To me, I tell that to all my kids, no matter what we're doing, if we're on the field, if we're coming to a showcase, it's all about competition. That's what we're doing here. We're football coaches. We're football players. You want to win. You want to win one-on-ones. You want to win 11 on 11, right? So I'm a big believer in just, I know what, coaches want to see a guy compete. They want to see kids that are coachable. They want to see kids that take direction well. So it's important to just come out here and put your best foot forward, listen, ask questions if you need to, but go out and compete, and have fun. That's the other thing that kind of gets lost in this process a little bit. You got to enjoy it because, you're young once and you're playing high school football, you're playing with your friends. I get to coach my son, which is great. So, yeah, I'm doing my best giving him advice, not only as a coach but as a dad and as someone who went through it. But, again, like I said before, very differently. Just be patient and make sure you say hello to the coaches and smile, have some fun.
You coach at Chaminade. It's in Mineola on Long Island, Nassau County, but it's in a league, the CHSFL, that's fundamentally a New York City five-borough league. In your opinion, what's the state of New York City football?
Well, we got a lot of great athletes in the Metro New York. Our league, I don't know what I don't keep up with all the other leagues as much, for obvious reasons. Sometimes we get a chance to play. We're fortunate enough to play some teams. We scrimmage some teams. We do some 7-on-7s. Just look around. I mean, we have athletes here. We've always known we've had athletes, and the mission of football is important to these guys, and I love being a part of it. When it comes to our league, I truly believe it's the best league, in New York State. It's just getting better and better, Chaminade has always been, thought of as one of the better teams in the Catholic League. But the truth is, with some of the other great teams, it's much harder to just stay there and be there. You can't stay static. You got to continue to get better. Just like I asked of my players, as a program, we need to get better every year. Because week in and week out, our schedule is brutal. I mean, you look at our schedule, and we're playing some of the best teams in the state, and I can't say enough good things about it. What a great job the league has done. The league president, Chris Hardart, has done a great job of keeping our league great. My fellow coaches are all, they care. They care, and they care deeply about these kids and about the league and the state of the league. And our league's been around a long time. It's it's been going on a very long time. We got a lot of very proud alum from this league, and we just want to keep that going in the right direction, and we clearly have been.
You brought up an interesting factor in terms of given the demand of your schedule, Tom. I mean, there's only so much you can keep up on what's going on in terms of the rest of the city. I guess what I'm getting at is, How much more do you think the Catholic League and the Public School Athletic League need to interact and have more games to actually uplift the exposure element?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a tough one. I mean, I always welcome the opportunity when we have a non-league, we have a non-league schedule. So
sure,
I always welcome the opportunity. You got to find the games that are right for both parties. You can't just go. We have a lot of kids. Some schools don't. And some PSAL schools do. Some coaches don't care. They just want to get the work in. So it's got to make sense. I love the competition. Love to play some of these great teams. I mean, Lincoln, obviously. I mean, not the. We're talking about I was talking with Coach about maybe doing some 7-on-7 with them. There's other ways to compete than just competing.
Yeah.
On Saturdays in the fall we can do that, and I'd like to throw a quick shout out to Coach O'Connell just for having us here and just being welcoming, and this is such a good event. And so he and I were talking about that, and so I know how good they have, how good some of these teams are, some of the players are. I'd welcome it, but I also understand it's got to be the right situation. So yeah, we play a Jersey team. Now we're going up to Rhode Island, the second year in a row to play a team. The 2 years before we played a PSAL team 1 year, and then the year before we played a Section 1 team. So I'm all for changing it up and playing different competition, and love traveling to different places and meeting different people in the sport. We're all doing the same thing, trying to further this game. So
this Elite Five has become a tentpole event. You talked about Long Island event upcoming. It really does seem, from my seat, knowing what Stepinac, Iona Prep, Cardinal Hayes is doing on the other side of the bridge in terms of coordinating their practice times for coaches, that while you guys compete really hard in the fall, in the off-season you're doing a lot more to coordinate the efforts to raise the profile of all your kids together.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm very careful in scheduling things around some of those teams and Jersey and all the rest of them, because I want as much exposure and I want these kids to be looked at by as many coaches as I can. It's amazing how much it's changed, and that goes into what we were saying before. Like none of this existed back in the day.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's all good because the more we can get, and I think it helps. I coach a little college football, and I know how hard that can be to have all these schools and all these players and all the and try to figure out who the right there's lists, there's things that they send to you, but until you actually meeting the kids and seeing them on the field and competing, which is important, and just meeting them as humans, it's hard to invest what you're going to invest in them. So these are, I think, necessary. They're great for the coaches. I think they really appreciate it, and it's all positives, and net positive.
Yeah, you've really run the gauntlet in terms of player all the way up to the NFL, the college experience, head coach, now parent. In terms of coming to these events, what are you looking for? What is your eye trained to seeing to point out?
Well, from the coach's standpoint, I want to see the coaches that are here and make sure I'm explaining and highlighting my kids, and telling them about how really all the positives and what they could bring to a program. For the kids, again, it's compete, it's go out there, make sure your body language is good. It's very important to do everything that you would think that coach would want to see. But yeah, just that, and really, again, have fun. I mean, I love walking around, seeing some of the coaches, some of the PSAL coaches I know, some of the Catholic League coaches are here, and I know some of the college coaches, but I don't know all of them. I'm always trying to promote our school and our kids, and coaches change every year too, and territories change and all those things. So come here and just, hey, I already exchanged my number with about half a dozen coaches already, which is great. And, making sure they know when we're having our workouts and making sure they know what our kids can do. And if they need transcripts, if they need film, whatever they need, I'm trying to always provide that. So
make sure to always have Chaminade gear in the car.
Yeah.
It was funny. I realized I'm like, I think a lot of my stuff's in the office. So I went with this look, and I got kind of laughed at a little bit. My wife came with me today.
No, it's perfect.
No, it's perfect. Yeah.
Just like when the event started, we were sitting here just looking at all the college logos, like who's here, who's not here, and so.
I wanted to make sure I represented.
Oh, you're doing it. Yeah,
the red is good. It stands out.
It does, absolutely. Listen, well, the players, they know how to network, but, the coaches do too. You're the perfect example of that.
Just got to make sure everybody knows you're a flyer, not a fryer.
Oh. When you know, you know. That's what everyone knows the distinction. If you know the distinction, you know the distinction. And we all know the Friars are doing great. They're a hell of a program, and Coach Minucci's done a great job, and they've got great athletics, but so do we, and we have great kids, and our school prides itself on having kids that just have a lot of good athletic teams, and also good kids and kids that you want to get to know.
Yeah, sure. Tom, before we let you go, we were talking so much about how back in your day these things didn't exist and how technology has changed. I'm curious, if something like this did exist, how much do you think that would have changed your recruitment and your mindset at that time?
That's a good question. It's hard to say, hard to recreate the past. Certainly felt like you probably get a little more exposure. Back then it was like send your tapes to the coach, send your tapes to this coach. They did. They would show up. They would come meet you, but you would sit in the cafeteria and talk to them. It would be a little bit less. We wouldn't be working out for them, that's for sure. So yeah, look, I think the exposure, again, I come to that word, exposure would have been more, but I think there's more kids now that get looked at. So I also think that that's another thing that needs to be, thought about, and how the things have changed. There's just more people, more kids.
Yeah, the volume.
Yeah,
and
volume.
the dynamics from that
thing.
standpoint. Sure, yeah. Well, listen, best of luck in the upcoming season, and best of luck to your son in terms of his recruitment as well.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go out and watch him do some one-on-ones right now. I was trying to catch a peek on the...
There you go. Well, you were balancing effectively. You're networking. You're wearing the logo. Tom Claros doing it all. Head coach of Chaminade football with us here on the Varsity Media Sports Network. We'll have more from the Elite 5 Showcase right after this.
Thanks.
This is Jalen Brunson. You're watching Varsity Media.
Now is a great time to book a sportscast with Varsity Media. What sets our sportscast apart isn't just the quality of our production, it's the knowledge, passion, and professionalism that our announcers bring to every game.
It's Merrill. Oh, look at a fake by Merrill. There's the spin again. Gary Merrill is not human. Touchdown, St. Anthony. Profeta! 1-0, Garden City.
Our commentators research athletes and highlight storylines that matter to your communities. Our approach creates a broadcast experience that not only informs, but elevates the athletes, giving the kind of recognition usually reserved for professional levels. Varsity Media's announcers make sure that every athlete has their moment. So book a Varsity Media Sportscast today, and let's get your team the recognition it deserves.
Hey parents, coaches, and players. Ever wonder what makes Varsity Media stand out as the tri-state leader in sports live streaming and videography?
If you're looking to optimize your sporting event, look no further than Varsity Media's coverage. Since working with them over the course of the past 4 years through the Elite 5 New York City Football Showcase, their coverage has helped take us to the top.
Varsity Media does an unbelievable job in terms of the broadcast, backgrounds on kids, do a great job in exposure from top to bottom. I couldn't really say anything negative. It's been a great couple of years that we've been working together, and it's just fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you, the fact that you guys are here has helped grow it, really. I mean, Varsity Media's been a good partner with us now for the last couple of years. That brings this game to a much broader audience.
The level of detail and that you go to, I mean, obviously the announcers, the camera angles, the slow motions, I mean, you feel like it's being covered by, ESPN.
If you'd like to book with Varsity Media, reach out at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net. Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age.
Our follower base across social media is 75,000 strong,
and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
He's got room to go. Merrill towards the end zone. Lost his lid. Touchdown!
JJ Damo, face on, stay on athlete. Controlling the faceoff X 3 in a row now.
Moving along here from the Elite 5 Showcase in Brooklyn, New York at Abraham Lincoln High School as we see one-on-ones in the trenches here. And this is one of the most competitive parts of this event. As you're going to see offensive linemen and defensive linemen go at it. This is just like what we see at some of the all-star college games leading into the NFL draft, such as the Senior Bowl, where they do this at various events and they give coaches an opportunity to see whether or not guys in the trenches can win consistently. So this is the Oklahoma-esque version drill for the big men, David, and I guarantee you the college scouts are keeping very close tabs on these battle royales.
It's moments like this where I enjoy being on the sidelines.
As opposed to being immersed
Yes.
in it.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. That hand-to-hand combat between those two lines, and we've started to commingle the two groups. I don't know if this is fully we've transitioned to the one-on-ones, although in terms of the schedule, we're definitely approaching it. And I think because we started the second session a little early, we might already be in it, or at least the first part of it before everybody gathers. Both sides of the field have different drills or different matchups. These are the linemen. There's also running backs, tight end, and linebackers on the other side of the field. But, when we heard from different people throughout the day, value every rep. Right? The tactician become a tactician and really engage in it. And I think speaking, with some college coaches throughout the day, like these are the moments also of like wanting to see what you can do in a one-on-one competitive environment. Because we've talked all day about you want to be a good person and a good teammate and show good character. That's, after you can show that you could produce on the field. So this aspect of the evaluation process is obviously important as well.
As we're going to see here, a battle on the edge, and you see tremendous size and length that these players are working with. That was Marco Willen off the edge, the Severian defensive lineman, and he is some presence in terms of what he brings to the table. He is class of 2027, and I guarantee you he will be receiving a lot of attention because of what he can do in the trenches.
Just to tie in the fact that this young man goes to Xaverian, we just had Tom Claro on, the Chaminade head coach. We were talking earlier, especially from the PSAL standpoint, that some of the smaller schools, maybe they're not in the bigger divisions. Well, Chaminade plays in the AAA and Xaverian does not. And so just from a local media standpoint, from a headlining standpoint, those AAA schools in the Catholic League get more coverage than other schools. And so there might be some not only hidden gems in terms of this area as a whole, but players on smaller schools or large schools that play in lower divisions where you might not get the same type of week in, week out exposure, in the sense of, if I'm a college coach, I might want to watch the Chaminade St. Anthony's football game because of their roster size and their overall athleticism and their athletic ability. But that might mean that I'm not spending time finding some of these other type of players that might play in smaller divisions because of enrollment or lower divisions because of skill, and then you're missing out. And so this can be a launching pad for, maybe I'm not used to watching, in this case, a Xaverian week in, week out, but I want to follow that particular player because of what he did in a showcase like today.
Well, what you're talking about, David, let's bring it back to even the teams and the schools that we cover here on the Varsity Media Sports Network on Long Island. You have different classes based on school enrollment and size. And it goes back to the conversation we were having with Tom Claro, where we asked him, should there be more scheduling and overlap between the PSAL and the Catholic League, whether it's Long Island or New York City? It makes no difference. And he brought up a key point. He says, listen, you can't just play anybody for the sake of playing anybody if they don't have a roster size that can actually offer you a competitive landscape. So we also tend to sometimes forget about that. You've got a program where they've got 50, 60 some odd kids to work with, and then you have another program where they only maybe have 40. I mean, that is a significant difference in terms of the depth that they can tap into just to field a competitive team.
Well, I think also to extrapolate off your point, if you have a really talented player that has to play both ways because of roster size,
sure,
they are not going to be as good in what their best position will be, whether that's a lineman playing offense or defense, if they are playing both, going up against players that are in a two-platoon system. And so if you were just watching that third or fourth quarter tape and you would say, okay, player X from the smaller school is not keeping pace, he's getting more fatigued, well, he's going up against somebody that's, resting when his unit is off the field. And so I think it's those small intricacies, and college coaches obviously know that, and they're able to evaluate things further as we take another look at that joust. I think advantage offense in that particular exchange.
That was Ali Sankare from JFK, offensive lineman, who won that battle from the center position as he was able to slow down his opponent and win with his hands. So that is the type of effort and intensity that these coaches are looking for, and this is where the fundamentals are key in whether or not you could slow down a stronger, bigger pass rusher from the opposite side, and he absolutely won his battle there, and that is a great bull rush that we just saw up the gut.
So we were saying that over 300 players, JFK out of the Bronx has more than 20 participants, so a very strong showing from that school. Over 50 schools in total represented. And as we mentioned at the start of this afternoon session, Pat Godfrey coming over to us, and I believe the number he gave us was 309, saying that it was I believe, quoting him here, the biggest number by far.
Set a new record, and he came over and told us that with a smile on his face, and I can understand why he and his staff are very happy about that, considering how much work they put in in the months leading up to this event, as we heard from him earlier in the broadcast, as you were watching the offensive linemen and the defensive linemen go to work here on the field at Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York, the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. As we just saw Barry David from Bayside High School, the offensive lineman, class of 2028. And then on the next rep, that was C.J. Mouch from Fordham Prep, who is class of 2029. So he still has 3 more years left on his plate.
He's getting a head start.
Indeed.
6'2", 290. No wonder he's here already. But something that the high school coaches that we spoke to in our first session, it's free for these kids, which is huge. And something that Pat Godfrey talked about, it's basically all volunteer. It's a bunch of people that are from this area or have a connection to this area and wanting to give back. And throughout our conversations throughout the day that we've been privileged to have, you could just hear the overall passion for this event, for football, for New York City football, and for doing everything within their power to create these opportunities for the next generation.
And a lot of these individuals involved also, the reason why, to your point, they speak with such passion and pride and joy is because they were players themselves. So they understand, and I'll go back to the conversation we just had with Tom Claro, head coach at Chaminade, and how much the recruiting game has changed. And there are a number of coaches and players, and this is what they try to instill in this current generation of players. And they make phrases such as, if I was in your position when I was in high school and where I could have taken my exposure and the doors that could have opened at other college programs, who knows where I would have played. And that's what they're trying to impart on this group. Don't let it slide by. Don't let these opportunities just become an average day where you're going through your routine. Find a way to stand out. Find a way to show that you warrant a spot at the next level. And that could be the world of difference, not just necessarily for a football career, but for a career even beyond X's and O's, where we have heard from a number of players and coaches talk about the individuals they met in college and what it presented for them in other walks of life, such as Salim Turner Muhammad, who played for Stanford in Minnesota, and now he's working in finance, and those avenues opened because of what he did through About You, as well as the teammates that he played with in college. So these are just, once again, a few examples of what could be afforded to a boatload of other players that right now you're watching on the football field. And we're switching back between the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman, and then also more one-on-one drills on the opposite end of the field in terms of receivers and DBs. So a lot of activity going on in the rain, we should mention, here at Abraham Lincoln High School. And you can see it, I'm sure those of you watching from home, it is starting to come down fast and furious. We did expect that based on our radar, but these players still going very strong despite now the different conditions that they have to digest.
Well, we certainly have the right demographic of athletes to play through the rain. I mean, these are football players after all, and you spoke with Sean O'Connor earlier that I believe he said that maybe when you were in high school here, this was dirt and gravel, this field, and now it's a beautiful turf that's showing no worse for the wear in the inclement weather.
Well, that's the beauty of investment and technology we have certainly come a long way since the ancient times when I went to high school and the pebbles that you had to pick up.
Yeah, well, thankfully you wrote that big check to take care of all these problems here. So
yeah,
that's really kind of you.
Without a doubt. Listen, I look to help where I can. I am a man of the people, and I look to share and spread that success every which way. While we are on the topic of the dimensions of Lincoln High School, one of the things that is unique about this high school, which the audience that may have never been in this building would not know, the basketball gym has a track above it. Now, maybe that is popular in other schools. I don't know, but I always found that added a unique flavor of flair. So you could have basketball practice, and meanwhile the track team simultaneously is working out. You could have gym class, and something's going on in the track. So a lot of things mentally that you had to stay focused on while so much was happening around you. And I don't think the athletes of my generation are given enough credit for having balanced all of those factors. So you gave me the avenue to walk right into, and I figured I'd capitalize.
Was that a great gathering space for all the top games that have happened in that gym over the years?
Without a doubt. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Like
that was
Chase Bridge before the Chase Bridge.
There you go. Yes,
Yeah.
people did gather and have a different vantage point to take in the Stephon Marbury highlights or the Sebastian Telfairs or the Lance Stevensons. If you did get a blessing and you were able to go up one level and you didn't have to sacrifice yourself within the common people in the bleachers, you were in for quite the treat.
It's a tight squeeze down there, right, in level one?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that fills up for a huge game, especially, I'll go back to the conversation we're having with Sean O'Connor just to give you, at least our audience, taste of the geography. There is a high school right across the street from Abraham Lincoln. That is Grady High School. Now, Grady was not known as an athletic powerhouse because they didn't have as many teams, but they did have a basketball program. And when Grady and Lincoln would go mano-a-mano, as we see a nice play being made here on the field by number 109, it would bring out the community and then some. Standing room, squishing room only.
It seems like we've reached the part of session 2 where Pat Godfrey, our director of this event, are starting to call out players by number. And this is when things get really saucy because this is the call out. And whether it's because they've been top performers or some of the college coaches want to see another look at particular prospects, that's when things here, the build-up, the stretching, the warm-up, the group drills, then the individual drills, or the one-on-ones rather, and now we're really getting to the kind of one-on-one call-out drills, which really brings it to another level.
As we are seeing the one-on-ones resume, just like we were talking about earlier. So this should provide some interesting dynamics moving forward. We had seen 109 celebrate earlier in the previous play. That was Brett Kiley from Kellenberg Memorial High School, and he is class of 2028.
He is the lone Firebird here, representing Kellenberg.
And there you see him take full advantage of his opportunity as he was defending one-on-one against Jordan Tavares from Monsignor Farrell, as he is class of 2029, and our production team with a great job of rolling back that replay to see the intensity of these drills that are continuing to play out.
Tavares, one of 3 representing the Lions. Monsignor Farrell actually knocked out Chaminade. We were just speaking with Thomas Claro, their head coach, in this past fall's CHSFL playoffs.
But you did not remind him of that fact, though.
He's much larger than I am and way too close to bring up that fact.
So, David, you made a very good decision.
Yeah.
You deserve a pat on your back.
Yeah, I wanted to make it through the rest of the day.
And I fully support your cause to have you alongside me here in the broadcast booth under a tent, which is keeping us nice and dry. 66 also doing a nice job making good decisions. Jordan Bishop from Erasmus Hall. And we spoke to his coach earlier in the program, as you're seeing And it's no surprise, as we get deeper into the day, it just seems all of them are getting a little bit more comfortable in terms of the level of execution compared to earlier where you're adjusting to a quarterback that didn't throw you the ball and so forth.
Great representation from E. Hall as well, the defending PSAL champs. 6 titles in the last 7 years, highlighted by a run of 5 in a row under Danny Landberg, who joined us what feels like a long while ago, but was just earlier today.
Now,
they got started at 9:30, and that was after some stretching and scheduled to go until 3. It's been a wonderful day of football and exposure for these athletes.
Unlike, though, Tom Claro, you did, for those counting at home, remind Danny about his 7 PSAL titles.
I did.
That you didn't shy away from.
No, I think it's, when you read the stories about coming into a PSAL that had a very different landscape in terms of who won titles, and to take over, you play at Sid Luckman Field. You play at a field named after a Hall of Famer, and at the point where he took over, there wasn't a football team. And so we talk about the pebbles and the dirt at this old, Lincoln Field back in the day, but they had a team. And so, 2.5 decades
That's one way to
later,
put it.
Yes. 2.5 decades later and 7 titles later, especially the way that he's competed in the last decade, we joke that he needed, security to come here to Lincoln High School, but it's just the respect that those two coaches and programs have for each other. Because as Brooklyn folk, you got to, team up against the Staten Island teams of Curtis and Tottenville.
Without a doubt. I think there's no question where your alliance is. If you're a Brooklyn native and you're choosing between going hand in hand with a Brooklyn rival or heading over to the dark side of the Verrazano Bridge.
Right, like as a rail splitter, right? Yes. And if you were a football player and you lost to E. Hall and they were playing, somebody from outside of Brooklyn in the PSAL final, who are you rooting for?
Without any hesitation, I'm rooting for Brooklyn.
Okay.
And anyone that represents that borough. Yes. I'm going to save my commentary on Staten Island maybe for another rainy day. It goes deep, it goes personal, but not as lengthy as Isaiah Smith, who went up to make a fantastic grab from Christ the King, defended one-on-one by Chase Sinclair of the aforementioned Erasmus Hall. So there you go, David Resnick. You got an Erasmus player to support what we were talking about earlier, but he was in a precarious spot because that was one of the best grabs we've seen thus far today by, again, Isaiah Smith of Christ the King.
Christ the King, Middle Village, Queens. I won't ask you for your opinion on that borough. That'll be for another rainy day.
Yes.
I need a lot of rain.
And we'll wait for the Bronx, too, as we move forward here. It's deep. There's 5 boroughs. This is the Elite 5, remember.
Right.
So
we won't ask you to rank them.
No.
Maybe we. Well, we know what.
You know what? I have no problem ranking. That I will not shy away from.
Okay.
That's harmless.
Well, I know the other
as
4
many wounds.
are competing for the.
Correct. I think you know what number 1 would be.
Yeah.
Without question. After that, we can have more of a thorough debate.
See, everything is all fun and games until I think what we're about to see. Like, we can joke about the boroughs and your hatred for Staten Island. My words, not yours. But I think what we're about to see is really going to feel like the essence of this event. And it's all been building a little bit, I think, to this competitive moment.
Yeah, they're going to circle around. This is an annual tradition here as part of the Elite 5. And this is where Pat Godfrey is going to take center stage, the founder and director, as we see him now addressing all the participants.
And offensive lineman himself.
No doubt about it for Clemson. And he's calling out names and numbers, and we have seen him do this religiously throughout this event. And it seems the players feed off of it. So you can see they're gathered around. And it is going to rise in terms of the temperature, both literally and figuratively speaking, because this is going to ignite some serious competition. As they're going to line up here in the trenches. And our camera crew all over this. As we look to separate the men from the boys, and you can see this battle. That was penetration from Kevin Cameron of Suffield Academy. And that is going to be a win for number 116, David Aguimang from Fordham Prep. Defensive lineman, class of 2027.
Man, the hand-to-hand combat without the pads, without the jerseys. I mean, that is straight to the chest.
Well, you're on an island. You got nothing to grab onto. It's just you and your competitor.
And now they get to what's the word I'm looking for? But they're trying to get the point on their side there.
Well, that was James McGurk from Tottenville, who was playing center on the last one, who really did a nice job holding his ground. And now we saw the play that came right after that, and that is a point for the defense, David, to utilize where you were getting at.
No campaign needed on that one.
Not at all. A quick maneuver by Belief James Jordan from Eagle, Brooklyn, class of 2027. And even without the football uniforms in the padding, I mean, you could see the size of some of these players. I mean, right here on the right side of the screen.
Give me a little 296 detail.
Yeah, 296 is quite the presence in terms of Khalil Cuffey. Now, unfortunately, I do not have a school listed for him. But that is quite the length. And you know what? Check that. I'm sorry. That was actually Thomas Claro. That was Tom Claro's son.
Okay.
I looked at the wrong number, so I want to make sure we correct ourselves. That was Thomas Claro from Chaminade, 296, class of 2027. And they are getting animated here. Even, look, we got a leap from Pat Godfrey, too.
Claro, 6'5", 260, playing that left tackle spot here. Believe his junior year this past year, he played right tackle.
And every time we see penetration,
things are getting fun.
Without a doubt. That was number 118. That was Tyree Gibbs from Eagle Academy, class of 2027. So we're seeing some rising seniors go to work.
Credit our camera crew for getting right in the middle of there for this workplace hazard.
It was 131 and 265. Kelvin Regis from Christ the King, the linebacker, who was grabbed around his neck as a means of slowing him down. So they're going to reset things as they are inside the 50-yard line here at Lincoln, and that was quite the maneuver by Regis again, as not only did he win the battle, but I think you could describe that as a little bit of a flooring maneuver. And that arm did the heavy lifting as he took down Jules Martin from Archbishop Stepanak. the offensive lineman class of 2027.
No disputing who won that battle, and that might be the way that this Elite Five wraps up. An emphatic victory for the defensive linemen there, but more importantly, just a really exciting way to end this marathon of a day that has brought out some of the best prospects in New York City. This day for Pat Godfrey, when he brought everybody in, the breakdown was New York City football. That's how it started. That's how it just ended in that big huddle.
There are no rivals here today in Brooklyn, New York. Lincoln and Erasmus can walk hand in hand, and everybody else in between, as that is going to wrap up our coverage of the 7th annual Elite 5 Showcase. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Want to thank our entire production team, Pat Godfrey, our colleague, for his hospitality in putting together a tremendous event. Our executive producer, Ben Turchin, technical director, Chris Sweeney. For David Resnick, I'm Lance Meadow saying so long from my old stomping ground, the alma mater, Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, New York. So long on the Varsity Media Sports Network.